Good evening and welcome to the City Council meeting for April 23rd, 2013. The meeting is now called to order. We would normally begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, but before we do that, I would like everybody to stand and we will hold a moment of silence for the victims of the Boston Marathon bombing. Thank you. I also would like to express our deepest sympathies to the victims. Now, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Irwin.
Present.
Councilmember Price.
Here.
Councilmember Adam.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fox is absent at this time. Mayor Bill de la Pena.
Present. And item number 4, request for continuance of any public hearing or agenda item. We will hear items 10A and 10B related to many mansions together, since there will be overlapping discussion between the two items. And next up, we have special presentations. I'm going to be walking to the podium, so please bear with me for just a moment.
Looking at the house.
For our first presentation, I would like to invite the following persons to the podium: Miriam Zacuto of the Jewish World Watch, Marshall Scher, President of Temple Etz Chaim, and Michael Lisby, Temple Etz Chaim Social Action Chair. Please join me at the podium. The reason they are here today, you can just join me right over here, is because on May 5th, there will be a Conejo Valley Walk to End Genocide, and that particular walk will encourage, and hopefully will encourage many of our residents to join. This walk will increase community awareness and assist with developing high-impact projects that improve the lives of survivors of genocide and help build a foundation for a safer, peaceful world. I would like to ask for our guests here this evening to provide our residents with additional information about the walk to end genocide before I present you with the proclamation.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you everyone here for allowing us a moment to talk about our walk. 6 million people killed. When we hear 6 million people killed, I think a lot of us automatically think of 70 years ago in World War II and the Holocaust. What we're doing here with this Walk to End Genocide is to deal with the 6 million people that are killed and being killed currently in Congo, Sudan, Rwanda. When we think about World War II, I hope we all believe that if we were in that situation, we would not stand idly by. We would not allow these atrocities to continue without taking action. Well, on May 5th, we are taking action, and I encourage each of you to join us in this Walk to End Genocide. It would be a wonderful thing if we can go out as a community. This is an interfaith effort. We have churches and temples and non-religious organizations. We have 15 sponsors. We have a couple of Boy Scout troops sponsoring, so I encourage this Boy Scout troop to look into this. You'd get community service hours if you did join us. So it's May 5th. It's going to be starting from the parking lot where Temple Etz Chaim and the United Methodist Church, two of the sponsors, share a parking lot, and it will be starting at 11:30 a.m. Thank you so much for your time. I have flyers here, which I'll leave at the front if you're interested. And the walk is 1.5 miles. We're trying to make it easy for the entire family to go, so all ages. And there are going to be things for the kids. We have different crafts, and so it's for all ages.
Thank you. And since this is going to be a very important event, the city is honored to be proclaiming May 5th the Conejo Valley Walk to End Genocide. And the proclamation reads as follows: whereas an increase in community awareness will inspire our community and forward our common goals of developing high-impact projects that improve the lives of survivors and genocide that help build a foundation for a safer and peaceful world. And whereas all people are affected by the atrocities of genocide, and with the memory and experience of the Holocaust with us, we have vowed to never again stand idly by. Now, therefore, I, the mayor of the city of Thousand Oaks, on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 5th, 2013 as the first annual Conejo Valley Walk to End Genocide, and encourage Thousand Oaks residents to join in the walk, again, to increase awareness and advocate for a stop to the killing. I will be there myself on May 5th, and I look forward to walking with you. Congratulations. Oh, I'm going to do a photo. For our next presentation, I would like to invite Human Resources Associate Analyst Elena Keenan to the podium. Tonight, we are recognizing an important group of individuals who contribute their time throughout the year to improve city services for our residents. Hi. We are very fortunate to have these wonderful volunteers who are committed to assisting the city. In so many instances, our volunteers are the face of the city. The week of April 21st to 27th is dedicated to celebrating volunteers on a national level. Elena, will you please tell us more about volunteers' activities here in Thousand Oaks? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bill de la Pena. Good evening, Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and staff and citizens of Thousand Oaks. I am honored to be here this evening on behalf of the city's volunteers and various volunteer coordinators to comment briefly about the city's volunteers and to accept this proclamation this evening. We are very fortunate as a city to have nearly 1,000 individuals give tirelessly of their time and talent to the residents and to the staff here at the City of Thousand Oaks. The volunteers over this last year, 2012, contributed nearly 100,000 hours of service to the city. We have nearly 1,000 volunteers citywide working in various capacities on boards, commissions, committees, volunteers in policing, volunteers in disaster assistance response and community assistance response, emergency response, as well as volunteers at City Hall, the library, and in the theater. Collectively, these volunteers just do an amazing job and provide tremendous value to the city. So again, it brings me great pleasure to be able to have this opportunity this evening to stand before you, the council, and the citizens to highlight briefly the accomplishments of our nearly 1,000 volunteers, and to thank you, council, for your support of our volunteer programs. Thank you.
Well, you mentioned the 1,000 volunteers and 100,000 hours of service, free service to the city. And according to our proclamation, it saves the city $2 million. That is a lot of money. And that is... Yes. Our city volunteers are truly exemplary, and they provide an exemplary service to our community. So, of course, on behalf of the entire City Council, it is my honor to present to you with a proclamation in honor of National Volunteer Week. And again, thank you very much to all the volunteers for dedication and commitment to our city. For our last presentation, I would like to invite Gene Fisher. He's the co-chair of Regional Defense Partnership of 21st Century. And Mr. Fisher will present us with an informational, brief PowerPoint. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Simley and the council members. It's been a number of years since we've updated you on the Defense Partnership, the Regional Defense Partnership. I think it's been at least 4 years ago that we were here. And we'd like to bring you up to date on the activities. Many of you may have not been that familiar with the organization. We'd also like to reacquaint you with our purpose, what we're about, a little bit about the organization, and hopefully you have a set of view graphs in front of you, as well as I'm going to have some to project here. In addition, I have left a brochure at each of your locations. And I'm going to get into accomplishments, but this list is a little bit more detailed than I'll talk about in the presentation, and that you should also have a copy of that. Okay, what is RDP 21? Many of the, we kind of fly low, and sometimes people don't know we even existed in the community, but we've been in existence back since the early or the late 90s when the first BRAC 95 was announced. We formed an organization to fight that BRAC. Up until that point, most of the community kind of accepted that the bases would always be here, that the Point Mugu, the test site, the CB base would always be here. But at that point, we all realized that, hey, we might lose one of the most valuable industries we have here because they create so many professional and engineering jobs. So we formed an organization back in that period to fight the Base Realignment and Closure Act and try to support the bases because Point Mugu had actually been put on the list for closure. Since that time, we decided right after that, after having won that round and stopped the closure, that we couldn't allow that to happen again. So the county and the cities came together to form an organization that would continue to lobby for support, bring new work in, do the various things that the base can't do for itself. And I've listed some of the things we try to accomplish on this first slide. We advocate for the bases, we lobby for the bases, we help build partnerships, we help provide or get funding that they can't get to enhance the bases, to make them more profitable, to make them more effective and efficient. And as you know, a federal agency, the bases, they can't lobby for themselves. There are many things they need, from buildings to new programs to make the base more effective and viable. And those are the kinds of things that we have taken on over the years to try to build a, and I reluctantly use this word, help BRAC-proof the bases. And so far we've been fairly successful in doing that in the last, in all the BRACs that have came around. Talk a little bit about the organization. As you can see, we have a board of directors which is composed of the 2 county supervisors. Each of the supporting cities have a member on our board, as well as a few of the citizens of the community who have a large history in the background working with bases. Our current co-chair is, my current co-chair is Kathy Long, Supervisor Long, and our vice chair is Charlotte Craven from the city of Camarillo, currently mayor of Camarillo. The strategic committee, you can also see the strategic committee works on many of the technical papers, the technical white papers we create. We have two parts of the organization, essentially. We have a group of experts, many of them retired scientists and engineers that have worked many of the programs that are important to the base. Some of them have led departments at the bases. We determine and vet the issues to make sure that we are working on issues that are both good for the country, good for Ventura County, and good for the base, that helps support the base. And then we have our elected arm of our elected officials, which really make the difference. We make an annual lobby trip to Washington every year, and we have most of the cities represented with us, and at least 1, if not 2 county supervisors. And it makes all the difference in the world. We visit the top DOD offices, we visit all the Navy headquarters offices, we visit our congressmen, our congresswoman, and our senators, and we have had great success. And in fact, over the period of time we've been doing this, in fact, Congressman Gallagher, when he was in office, he insisted that it was so important that his Ventura County staff lead for the office would always travel with us and help on those trips and lobby with us in the various offices. We have gotten to the point, because we vet these issues so carefully and that we make sure they're in the best interest of the Navy, the best interest of the county, and the best interest of the Department of Defense and the country. We never go after something just because we'd like to have it. We make sure that it makes sense, that it makes sense for the government, that it makes sense for the Navy. And in doing that, we have built up the credibility that both in our senators and congressmen over time have looked to us when they've had an issue come up and asked us, should we support it in the area of local defense-related issues. And we try to maintain that credibility, and we jealously guard that. Our membership, we try to, we have members of all the various organizations that do similar work as ours, as well as chambers of commerce, senior base officials, community leadership. We have a broad spectrum of leaders who support and we partner with. Our defense partnerships, I'm sorry, I should have gone to the next one, next view cell. Our defense partners include some almost 80 commands on the Naval Base Ventura County. Many of you may not have followed how the base has evolved over time, But there used to be two bases in Ventura County. There was the base at Point Mugu, there was the base at the CBs at Port Hueneme, and of course now we have the one combined base called Naval Base Ventura County, which includes all of the Navy holdings in Ventura County. And many of you, if you're not real familiar and if you do not follow this, you would think, well, there's maybe 2 or 3 commands that are doing this work. Basically, this is a location to house various commands. When we started work trying to support the base and trying to beef up the capability of the base to BRAC-proof it, we had 70 different commands located at Naval Base Ventura County. Due to work we have done over the last 10 years, we are now up to 85 commands located on Naval Base Ventura County, and we're working on currently on about 5 more commands that we're trying to bring here. And this is to make it, and the more commands we get here, the more effective it is, the more efficient it is, the more synergy there is, and it makes it just as close as you can get to BRAC-proofing a place, as well as it makes each command more capable, more able to do their job at a lower cost. Well, what's the economic benefit of all this? Because in addition to wanting to support our country and wanting to support the Department of Defense, we obviously want to support Ventura County and make it an economical, and we'd like to keep up with the economic impact. As you can see from this slide, there are almost 29,000 direct and indirect jobs created by Naval Base Ventura County being here. There's over $2 billion in revenue brought into those 80-something commands that are used in this community, and in most cases support contractors as well as the civil servants at the base are all supported by this, as well as major buys in the community. Okay, so let me jump to accomplishments. And you've got a bigger list than this, and I'm not going to go down this too much with you, but let me just highlight a couple of things that may be of interest. We were going to lose the Air National Guard here, or we were told we might lose the Air National Guard a few years, and I'll just point out this one. You see 8 C-130Js for Air National Guard. We were told that we would probably lose the Air National Guard if something didn't happen and get them new aircraft, and that's one of the big economic engines we have in the county. We actually went to work and were able to get 8 C-130Js for them added over and above what was going to happen. And in doing that, we have made sure that not only are they going to stay here, but they're going to be the leaders in firefighting. And that's already turned around and is starting to happen. Quickly going forward, what are we looking at for the future? Well, we've already got some new missions that I talked about, another 5 commands we're looking at. We've already attracted some of the biggest activity that is taking place in the UA unmanned aircraft systems, and you can read those there on that slide. I won't read each one of those. Future challenges. Well, all of you are reading in the paper about BRAC 2015. That's our next big challenge. We don't know whether that's going to happen, but there's a lot of indications it will happen. There's a lot of budget reductions that we're trying to help safeguard the base against. We're trying to continue to grow the commands there and strengthen the role of the Air National Guard in firefighting as just some examples of what we're currently doing. So with that, we'd like to thank you for giving us this opportunity. We'd also like to thank the City of Thousand Oaks and the Council for continuing to support us as you've supported us over the years. And if at any time we can provide any additional information to you, please let us know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fisher, for this very informative presentation. And before we go to public comments, I would like to welcome the Boy Scout Troop number 754 to City Hall. For many of them, it's their first time, and they're doing their citizenship badge. And so I hope you will be able to hang with us just a little bit longer. And I think you will be leaving about 7 o'clock or maybe before that. So it's not always easy to be watching city council meetings. I realize that.
Only
So,
4 or
thank you.
5 more hours.
Yeah, I told them it'll be a long night tonight. All right, Madam Clerk, please.
This is a time and place for public comments. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding items on the agenda or on a subject within the city's jurisdiction. Speakers for public hearing items shall be called and heard during the public hearing. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole, and all documents for the City Council and official record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Under state law, public comment matters may not be considered by the council unless listed on the agenda, but may be referred to the city manager for administrative follow-up. 7 people have presented cards, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light will display when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you very much. And as I see Police Chief Randy Penta standing there getting ready to approach the podium to make a presentation, I did omit the victims of the town of West in Texas in my moment of silence, and I wanted to correct that. And I also would like to say that I'm happy to see you well after your own visit to Boston and participating in the marathon. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, members of the council, several months ago, we had 7 businesses in the Thousand Oaks area victimized by a street gang out of the Los Angeles area. We had been working with the Los Angeles Police Department very closely. We had some evidence. We had surveillance video of the suspects. They were wearing masks and gloves. We had a vehicle. We continued to work it, and up until about 2 Sundays ago, about 4:30 in the morning, an alert citizen called our dispatch when they saw what they thought a burglary occurring on 700 block of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. Our officers responded. There was a short pursuit that concluded in the area of Montgomery and Jans Road. The suspects crashed their vehicle, and everyone took off running. We had the helicopter up. This was about 6:30 in the morning. I was on scene. We had the helicopter, we had 3 dogs, we had a canine from SEME as well doing some hard service tracking. We did the reverse 911 to alert the citizens. And the reason I wanted to bring this to your attention, we tell the citizens to call the police when you see something. And often they do, but we don't often get an opportunity to thank the people that we serve for the work that they do. This started at a call at 4:30 in the morning where this crime may have gone undetected. And after the pursuit, people called all day long, giving us a direction of travel, telling us what time their dog was barking, what they had seen in the neighborhoods in the early morning hours. And fortunately, throughout the day, people continued to call up until 2:30 in the afternoon when the last suspect was arrested because a citizen saw them changing clothes over by Conejo Creek North in the park. And we were able to arrest that last suspect. The investigation's ongoing. There's still some more arrests to be made, but I wanted to thank the citizens of Thousand Oaks for calling us and being actively involved. And when you call us, it does work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Our next speaker is Library Director Steve Brogdon and Librarian Margaret Douglas, followed by Nancy Israel and Sean McDermott.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I am the library director, and Margaret Douglas is librarian extraordinaire. And she is also chair of our One City, One Book committee. And this is a program we've been doing for 7 years, and we're here this evening to announce the 7th One City, One Book. And it's pretty much an 11-month process. Last year, after T.C. Boyle made his presentation to over 700 people in the Cavalier Theater, we gave Margaret 2 or 3 weeks off before she started to work on the process that we're about to announce this evening. Now, we don't just pick a book out of the blue where we pick one that's a librarian's favorite book. There are several criteria that we have in mind. First, it must be high literary quality. There must be universal themes that appeal to a wide range of readers. It must be available in multiple formats. That's something a lot of people don't think of, but we want them available in paperback. We want them available in audiobooks. It must be a discussable book, one that might be slightly controversial or have other items that provoke discussion. It must lend itself to creative programming, and Margaret and her committee do a wonderful job with their various programming events. And the author must be available and willing to come. We've had the author come to speak at every final event of the program. This year it's going to be on November 2nd. And this year's book, and Margaret will tell you a little bit more about it, but this year's book is The Art of Fielding by Chad Harbach. And it's about exploring the transformative effects that love, friendship, and destiny can have on a flawed soul. And oh yeah, it's also about baseball. Now at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Margaret, and she can give you some more details.
Thank you, Steve. I'm not sure how many years are required before an annual event becomes a bona fide tradition, but I'm pretty certain that at this point, the Thousand Oaks Reads One City, One Book program has definitely reached that distinction. For the past 6 autumns, the library staff and community volunteers have organized and presented a month-long One City program, and each year, library patrons anticipate, attend, and participate in lively discussions of our selected One City title. We've been enlightened by speakers that take us beyond the selected book's pages to talk about history, music, political science, psychology, and more. And we've grown from the puzzled looks of that first year to the eager anticipation for the coming year. Our One City adventures and discussions have helped to shape a deeper understanding of literature and its place in our community. For our 7th One City, One Book program this October, we will be exploring baseball, a cornerstone of popular American culture. The Art of Fielding by first-time novelist Chad Harbach takes us to Wisconsin and the college team of Westis College, where his characters play the game with passion and focus. And while baseball matters, so does the unquenchable desire to nurture friendships, to feel camaraderie and love, to understand betrayal and victory, and to face destiny. Baseball is sometimes called a metaphor for life, and over the past century it's been a crucible for every important issue in American life: racism, labor relations, drugs, money, ethics. Nearly every great American writer takes a crack at baseball. Far more than any other sport, it has a place in the literary canon, and The Art of Fielding definitely joins that distinguished list. So our committee is putting together another amazing, entertaining, and enlightening One City season. And this fall, you can look forward to a comedy improv team afternoon, a tour of Dodger Stadium and the Los Angeles Sports Museum, and a man who will share his memories of growing up with his grandfather, the legendary baseball great Ty Cobb. And we're just really getting warmed up. So please, this fall, come to our book discussion meetings and programs. Join us on the field trip and connect with your community. We can't wait to welcome you, because when we open a book together, we close it in greater harmony. Thank you so much.
Very well said. Thank you. All right. Thank you to our library director, Mr. Brogdon, and Mrs. Douglas. And now we have Nancy Israel, followed by Sean McDermott and James Wall.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you very much for letting us come and present our interesting information. I brought along the executive director of the New West Symphony, Natalia Staneva, to help me put the information up on the television. I'm here to talk about our educational and cultural jewel in our community. That's the New West Symphony. And the New West Symphony does more than play beautiful music in our community. It has a far-reaching educational program which goes into the schools, brings children from the schools into the auditorium. All 3 auditoria that we perform in: Oxnard Performing Arts Center, this very building, our Kavli Theater, and in Santa Monica. We are a regional orchestra serving Ventura County and West LA County. We're having a fundraiser which will support all of this. and it's taking place May 19th at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. It's an unbelievable program, something begun by my husband, Bill Israel, when he was a founding member of the New West Symphony Board and made the big announcement as a board member we should all be responsible to raise $10,000 a year for the symphony. Somebody spoke up and said, well, Bill, what are you going to do? And he said, I just started playing the piano. I'm 82 years old. I haven't had a lesson since I'm 11, and I'm going to give a recital. Well, everybody fell off their chair, and he did give a recital. He raised $10,000. One of the other board members matched it, and for the first recital in 1999, we raised $22,000. It has multiplied over the years, and we have ended up raising over $1 million for the New West Symphony. This is underwritten by us, and therefore 100% of all the money, the tickets, the donations, everything, go to the New West Symphony and our programs. It's the most exciting program this year. It is, again, May 19th at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library. It includes a free tour of the library, which is a pretty big saving, and self-guided. It includes a beautiful reception with wine and hors d'oeuvres. It includes a beautiful dinner. But more than that, it includes musical presentation from our conductor, Marcelo Leninger, who will do something unbelievable, and that's perform on the piano. It features Edward Francis, who was my husband's piano teacher, well known as #1 piano teacher in Ventura County. It features Quattro, an upcoming, exciting group of young people, 2 of whom are in the New West Symphony Orchestra.
Mrs. Israel, at what time will the event take place?
It's if you want to. Thank you. If you want to tour the museum, that starts at 3 o'clock. It's self-guided. You can go through for 2 hours. At 5 o'clock, the museum closes and our event begins. It'll be in the back of the museum, outdoors, weather permitting, overlooking the gorgeous hills. We will come into the room afterwards, and we will have a presentation by the aforementioned.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Israel. I'm sorry I have to cut you short because you went a minute and a half over your allotted time.
I'm going to leave a bunch of these with the clerk, and I hope you'll all come support this jewel in our community. I look
It's a
forward
very
to
worthwhile
seeing
event.
you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Sean McDermott, followed by James Wall and J.C. Simone.
Good evening. I attended the Forum on Gun Control on March 3rd at my church, Church of the Epiphany. We were glad to have you, Madam Mayor. My name's, again, Sean McDermott. I live in Newbury Park. I work at LAPD. I have for 10 years. I'm just here representing myself and my views. I'm not a member of the NRA or Gun Owners of America or Jews for the Preservation of Firearms Ownership or any of that. I'm not here to change anyone's mind. I'm just here to hopefully give some clarity on this issue. During the forum, you said that all automatic weapons were illegal. They're actually legal in more than 26 of the states. I couldn't get a good figure on that. But they are highly regulated. You also threw out a stat about how there was a certain number of accidental shootings. More people, actually children, die in swimming pools than they do in accidental shootings. I get NICSEL alerts, which gives me lots of great info in the community from the Ventura County Sheriffs. And that I can remember in the last 3 years, there's been 2 incidents of young children drowning. I've yet to get one, thank the Lord, that anyone has died in accidental shooting. I hope we never have anyone die of anything that's preventable like that, so long as I live. You'd also said that the country you come from, Germany, there's not many gun murders, how there's not like a gun culture. However, before World War II, the government was able to disarm a good portion of the populace, which I believe and lots of people believe contributed to 11.5 to 12 million of their own people getting slaughtered in a genocide. It allowed the East German Stasi to run rampant through East Germany. I provided a link in the email to a lot of victims that I sent to everyone here except for the city attorney and the city manager. It links to some other victim statements who have a different take on gun control than was provided at the forum. And just of note, Evan Todd survived Columbine. He looked one of the killers in the eyes, and he doesn't agree with gun control, and neither does Mark Mattioli, who sadly had to bury his son from Newtown, Connecticut. He doesn't believe more gun laws would be helpful. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McDermott. Our next speaker is James Wall, followed by J.C. Simone and Mel Silverberg.
Good evening, Mayor Bill De La Pena, council members, and residents. My name is James Wall. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and I currently serve on the Triumphal Sanitation District Board of Directors. On behalf of the Triumphal Sanitation District and our Joint Powers Authority partner, Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, I'm here to inform you of a public workshop presented by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. This workshop is regarding new water quality standards that will impact the Malibu Creek watershed. The workshop is scheduled for Wednesday, May 1st, 2013 at 6:30 p.m. in the council chambers of the Agora Hills City Hall. We are encouraging our elected representatives and area residents to participate in this workshop to gain a better understanding of the proposed standard and the potential impacts of the standard on counties, cities, and sanitation district ratepayers within the Malibu Creek watershed. You may obtain more information on the proposed standard and the JPA position by visiting either the Triumphal Sanitation District or the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District websites. Once again, the workshop is scheduled for Wednesday, May 1st, 2013 at 6:30 p.m. in the Agora Hills City Hall. We encourage all who are able to attend. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information.
Thank you. I think the city manager may make a comment regarding that after public speakers. Mel Silverberg, followed by Nick Kidwai and Joan Mondonza.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members, and city manager for the opportunity to address the council. My name is Mel Silverberg. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks. At your March 5th meeting, I commented about the need to include questions in the community attitude survey directly applicable to the senior community. Andy Powers, now acting assistant city manager, responded to my comment by asking the survey contractor, True North Research, to do a cross-tabulation of the data for ages 55 to 64 and 65 plus. The data has been received, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge Andy Powers for his assistance and prompt response. Thank you. I've recommended to the Council on Aging that they review these data sets, and I told them I'd be happy to assist them in any way that would be useful. Council on Aging will be discussing their plans, hopefully, at the next meeting. This additional information will be useful not only to see if we can learn something now, but to develop some specific questions for the next survey in 2 years. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. Silverberg. Next speaker, J.C. Simone, followed by Nick Kidwai and Joan Mondorsa.
Good evening, City. J.C. Simmons, longtime member or resident of Newbury Park, past president of the Conejo Valley Cycle Club, long-term strong bicycle advocate here in the city, a strong member of the bicycle advisory team for the city. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the city for continuing to support making the city a bicycle-friendly community. I'm glad to see that the Lynn Road bike lane is back on schedule for getting done. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure that I can speak for the 500 members of the Conejo Valley Cycle Club, the 350 members of the Amgen Club, Fast Friday, and everybody else that rides a bicycle in this great city. I want to hope that the city would recommend, if you haven't already, May is National Bicycle Month with Bike to Work Week and a Bicycle to Work Day, specifically with support. I believe there's one scheduled. I'm not sure what day that is. Several other items coming up. The Conejo Valley Cycle Club has their annual Cruising the Conejo. I believe this is the 29th Cruising the Conejo scheduled for May 11th. This normally brings about 1,200 out-of-town people to the city to ride our beautiful roads and mountains, spending money, supporting bicycle advocacy. That's on May 11th, Saturday. On May 15th, we have our 6th annual Ride of Silence ride, starting at the lakes. We gather at 5:30 p.m. There'll be a short, solemn program at 6. We ride at 6:30. To the citizens of Thousand Oaks, if you have a bicycle and a helmet and you ride, join us. This is a slow, flat, easy ride available to every member of the family that rides, from middle school through seniors. We have traffic control and we're set to run. Again, that is May 15th. Gather at 5:30 at the lakes right next door. Rides at 6:30 with the program at 6 o'clock. Thank you, City.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. I apologies for mispronouncing your name. Nick Kidwai, followed by Joan Mondorsa.
I begin in the name of God, who is most beneficial, most merciful. Nick Iqbal Kidwai, resident of Newbury Park, and last time I checked, still director concerned citizen of Thousand Oaks. Honorable Mayor, in a bright dress today for a change. Good evening, ma'am. I want to show the overhead. It was not available in the administrative hearing for Hooters. $1,400 was $1,130 was the fee to appeal the decision to the Planning Commission. We were able to raise about $350, so we lost due to the high taxes that the city charges for doing the public's work, and the City Council refusing to listen to City Manager Emeritus Brimhall and former mayors Horner and Huss, etc., that they should set policy on important issues which are going to change the character of the city. The good news is that this restaurant will die its natural death. If you want to read what I'm talking about, go to Yelp, yelp.com, and see the reviews. There are 61 reviews, and like we predicted, most of the residents are not going there. 41 out of the 61 are non-residents from as far as Santa Barbara and Los Angeles to Northridge. Only 2 citizens in the whole city have given a 4- and 5-star rating to Hooters so far in a year. And one of them is a charity 4-star. And he says so that since they are new, I'm going to give them a 4-star. Hopefully they will change. The organization is so poorly run that when I called the assistant manager, their website says they are selling liquor, which is wrong. I talked to an assistant manager, and he said it will take about 3 months because ABC Alcohol Bureau has to give an approval. And I have been in touch with them, and they are really responsive to citizens. The Alcohol Bureau is in Ventura, and they don't charge a dime to protest, unlike the city. And they said that we are welcome to protest, and if there's protest, they will have hearings, and it will take at least a year for Hooters to get that license. So I implore everyone of the citizens that are concerned to do just that. I attended the Planning Commission meeting yesterday, and there's a story. Thank you, TOTV is right on the ball. This is from the website. It will be in tomorrow's paper. And it's unbelievable that a local paper would misprint or misreport what happened. This is not a swap meet. It's a high-end indoor marketplace that was approved, and it will be, unlike the black mark of the Hooters, an asset to the community when it goes up. Yellow and red at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. And our last speaker would be John Mondorsa. I'm not quite sure. Is it Mondorsa, Mondanza, and Henry Rollins?
Good evening, Council. My name is Henry Rollins. I'm a resident of Thousand Oaks, and this is Joan Mondanza. She's Assistant Director of the Parkinson's Action Network here in this area. There are two support groups, Parkinson's support groups in the Conejo Valley. One meets in Westlake, and we offer an exercise class on every Friday morning for people with Parkinson's. And we have a meeting once a month on the first Friday of the month. And there's also a group that meets at the Global Senior Center on the last Wednesday of the month. Here's Joan.
Hello. My name is Mendonça. I believe the very first time you said it was correct. Okay. I've had Parkinson's for 21 years, and I've been blessed because I've been a slow progression. Others aren't so fortunate. But we received this proclamation, and I think if I read from that and just sort of summarize it and make it short, that it'll give a lot more information to the public and the council and the mayor. Parkinson's is a disease, a chronic progressive neurological disease, and it's the second most common neurological disease in the United States. I guess Alzheimer's is the first. And there are 1,600,000 people diagnosed in the United States with it, and each year 60,000 more. And that's growing. And it's getting the younger, the people diagnosed with Parkinson's are younger today. They'll be in their 30s rather than 60s. So that's scary. They don't know what causes Parkinson's. They don't know how to cure it, how to make it better or go away. It's just we take medicines to disguise it or to make the symptoms less. But in fact, we're just treating symptoms. Okay. The disease is still unknown, okay. The progression of the disease is very fast in most. And there's tremor. Tremor is one of the major problems. Balance, walking, it's just endless. Depression, anxiety, such and such and such and such. Okay. And this is the proclamation we received, and we're very thankful for it. And we're collecting them from the different cities, and they're going to go to Washington, D.C., to our Congresswoman Brownlee, who's joined the Parkinson's caucus in Congress in Washington at our request. She's been very good to us, and when she comes back in town at the end of this month, she'll be visiting our support group in Westlake Village and Thousand Oaks. I guess that's all I have to say. I thank you all, and good evening. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Best wishes. That was now public comments. We will now move to the... Oh, before we move to the consent calendar, the city manager would like to make comments regarding some of the items that were raised.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, a lot of very good information tonight, and with respect to the various events and meetings and etc., we will make sure they're on the community calendar. If you're not aware, and for our friends from the Boy Scout troop, we do have a community calendar on the city website. So if you're interested in attending any of the events you heard tonight, you can go to that. You can go to that on a regular basis and find out about some of the great stuff coming up in the community. Other than that, no additional follow-up.
Thank you. We now go to item number 7, which is the consent calendar. Anybody need to pull anything? Which one? F for a comment. Okay, item 7F. We do have a speaker So let me write this down. Thank you. And the speaker is Mr. Kidwai.
Nick Kidwai, Director Concerned Citizens, Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park resident, Honorable Mayor. I want to talk about number C, which is an appointment to the Business Roundtable. If the TOTV can show the overhead, that's a letter that I received from the wonderful city clerk in October, denying me opportunity to serve on some commissions. This is happening to citizens all the time, while we are so generous and in appointing people like Susan Murata, who are non-residents. And there is a reason that our wonderful country allows you to vote once and vote in the city that you live in, rather than where you work. And the city needs to, council needs to relook this issue of appointing people who are non-residents. I would like to comment on D, which is the city mission statement, as well as the council's priorities. I would like, thank you. TOTV is really on the ball today, even ahead of me. That's the customer service philosophy that is there. And I would like to have an amendment. It says respect for the role of citizens. Then why is it that the city has the no citizens welcome sign out over here, and you have the un-American minutes, as well as the rush that keeps going on? In fact, I hope you will watch yesterday's Planning Commission meeting, where the chair made a mistake and allowed everyone to speak for 5 minutes. Changed the whole tenor of the meeting, and they discussed things in a civilized, democratic manner for 2 hours regarding this issue about the so-called swap meet. It says deal with public funds with confidence. Well, if you were not juggling funds, and we didn't have a juggler in the past as a finance director, we would have a little bit more trust. Quickly show that from Santa Monica. That's the headline there. There's coverage in other cities of some of the problems that are happening here. TOTV can show that. I mean, I supported a candidate and got him probably 500 votes, not the winning total, because of promises, and it's on the goals. But why is the government so slow? I mean, you also said that you're going to do something about the campaign reform. I've been talking about that since 1999. I mean, when are you going to form a committee? When are you going to make the changes so that there is enough time to do things properly? I mean, you have no time to do the citizens' work.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. All right, Mr. Adam, regarding item F.
7F was an assignment of a contract to repave the parking lot in the Newbury Park Library. And I know you'd all agree it's always great when a local company is able to do business with the city. We put it out for bid. 10 companies bid it. I'm happy to report that Ardalan Construction Company of Thousand Oaks got the job. Very happy to see a Thousand Oaks company doing business with the city of Thousand Oaks. Keep in mind that local businesses get a 5% preference if they want to try to do business with our city, meaning that if your bid is 5% over the lowest bid, if you're a local company, you can still get the job. Check it out on the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber website. The details are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The question I have relates to the awarding of this bid. We had a meeting with the United States Postal Service last month, and in that meeting we discussed the possibility of placing mail collection boxes in this parking lot. And I'm wondering where that stands now. If we're going to award this contract and the work's going to begin, then have we already resolved that with the Postal Service?
Maybe I'll turn over to the acting assistant city manager. But as far as the project itself, there is no change in the configuration at Newbury Park Library. Construction should be starting in May and would be completed maybe August or September. So there is still an opportunity to make changes to the configuration or striping in the parking lot. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Powers for additional comment.
And Councilmember Price, we are continuing to work closely with the Postal Service. We are pursuing one potential plan, which you are aware, which is to have a private vendor open an outpost postal service. That's our primary focus right now. We have, since that meeting, identified that there is a post office drop-off box already located in that parking lot. It's just not in the best location, so we may be working with them to locate that in a little more visible location.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Mrs. Irwin.
I will move approval of the consent calendar.
Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will now move to item number 8A, which is an appeal of another unanimous Planning Commission decision. And Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8A. It's an appeal of Planning Commission decision that denied a request to retain unpermitted building pad expansion, residential plan development permit, major modification, RPMJ 2012-70139. It's located at 2100 High Knoll Circle. The applicant appellant is Frank and Zoe Estrada. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council regarding this public hearing. And all documents for the record should be presented to the City Clerk prior to speaking, and speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. We have two people who have presented speaker cards. The applicant appellant is allowed 15 minutes with a 5-minute rebuttal, and the remaining speaker is allowed 5 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I would also like to direct your attention to our green supplemental packet, which includes additional information that came in late this afternoon. I have not had a chance to review that yet. As well as information that two council members met with the applicant or appellant. All right, Mr. Matt Chang, Assistant Planner.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. And for your consideration tonight, there's an appeal of denial by the Planning Commission. The address is at 2100 High Knoll Circle. The appellant is requesting City Council to approve the appeal and approve grading and construction within 25% natural sloping terrain and outside the approved development limit boundary. Here's the picture of the subject location, and later on staff will provide additional aerial photograph for your reference. And the approved project on this property, including, if you can follow the cursor, will be the patio cover, which is right here, the swimming pool construction here, as well as the retaining wall around this area. And the unpermitted grading is to the right of this picture, which is see what this car is, and as well as the axis. That's where the unpermitted grading activity is. In 1986, this tract was approved. One of the conditions in the tract established what we call a development limit boundary. And the purpose is to preserve natural sloping terrain as well as to discourage additional development. And in 2005, the house was approved for a custom home. And the limit boundary was slightly modified, but the overall square footage wasn't expanded. In 2009, an application was filed and approved for an improvement to the house, as well as close to 4,000 square feet of a boundary expansion. One of the conditions in the approval requires any future expansion to go to a Planning Commission review process. And back in 2011, a stop work order was given after our inspector noticed the construction in the backyard without permit. And the work includes a 3 feet high retaining wall and a grading within the 25% slope area. And last year, the applicant filed a major modification application for retaining wall changes adjacent to Rayburn Street, as well as to retain the unpermitted grading in the rear yard. March of this year, Planning Commission reviewed the subject request and approved the project in part, therefore approving the retaining wall adjacent to the street, but denied the unpermitted grading in the backyard, which is enclosed, which is within the 25% natural terrain. City's grading policy is in city's general plan, conservation element, and as for implementation, city's municipal code requires construction within 25% or greater sloping terrain to be approved by the Planning Commission or City Council. And for this appeal process, the appellant is requesting City Council to approve the appeal, therefore approve the grading and construction outside the previous approved grading limit boundary and within 25% natural terrain. This is the area photograph taken prior to 2007, and as you can see from this picture, there's not much of construction going on, and the area in question tonight is to the right of this picture, which you can follow the cursor. It will be within this area. As you can see from this picture, this area is currently, or at that time, is in a natural condition. This is the aerial photograph taken approximately in 2007. And from this picture, you can see the area to the right of your picture still is in a natural condition. This is the photograph taken around in 2010 or 2011. And to the, you can see the construction that was previously approved for a patio cover as well as a room addition. And a little bit to the south is the swimming pool as well as the retaining wall. And to the right of this picture is where the unpermitted grading took place. The applicant is proposing using the access as a driveway leading to the path space to the right of this picture. This is the most recent photograph, which is taken back in last year. And as you can see, the patio construction is finished. That's what this area is. And the previous approval also include a swimming pool as well as a retaining wall to the left of this picture. And to the right is the building pad expansion. If you can see the vehicles where this is. And as part of the unpermitted work is the 3 feet high retaining wall along this area. And part of the construction actually encroaching neighbors' property to the north. So all this area, including the access from Rayburn Street, is where the unpermitted grading took place. This is a street perspective taken from the public street. As you can see from the street, this picture that the appellant is planning to use this access, as you can see from this picture, as his driveway leading up to the pad, which is on a higher elevation adjacent to the patio cover. So all the unpermitted work will be including the access as well as the pad expansion on the top, which is adjacent on the right-hand side of the picture, adjacent to the patio cover. This picture was taken from Upper Rayburn Street. From this vantage point, you can see the retaining wall. The retaining wall about 3 feet tall and 135 feet long. And the pad expansion, which is the flat space of what you see and also where the truck is. And also from this picture, you can see a potential impact as you're standing from a street perspective. And the illegal grading basically from this picture, from this point on to the right of this picture here. This picture was taken standing on a pad area, just looking at the expansion itself. If the appeal is approved, The appellant is planning to use the wrought iron fencing, which you can see in this picture to the left right here. The appellant is planning to use the wrought iron fencing to be installed to the edge of the pad, which is around right here. That's only if the appeal is approved by the City Council. Appellants submit the appeal, and the grounds for appeal are based on the following. Number one, appellant believes this project meets the intent, and this project is consistent with Thousand Oaks General Plan. Second, city has approved other cases encroach within 25% natural terrain in the North Ranch area, and this case is now a precedent-setting case. And third, appellants state that grading and construction is not noticeable from Rayburn Street, which it is a public street. Appellant believes this improvement will help the owner in terms of fire protection, as well as providing an easy access for the guests. And appellants state that they are not aware of any condition imposed on this property that will prohibit them to do any additional grading activity. Staff has reviewed an appeal submitted by the appellant and is offering the following response. The grading and construction does not meet the general plan policy and city's municipal code. In addition, this request doesn't meet the intent of the track condition, which is to preserve the natural setting of this track. This request involves a significant 25% sloping encroachment, and the additional pad expansion will create an overdevelopment of this lot. As shown on the previous picture slides, the grading activity is clearly visible from the public street. Staff has reviewed this project, and it is our position that there's no special circumstances with this property to approve the appeal. On page 80 to 83 of your packet is the acceptance of a condition and a deed restriction signed by the owner, acknowledge the boundary limitation conditions. And finally, the homeowner association has submitted a letter opposing this appeal, which is in your supplemental packet. In conclusion, staff is recommending City Council to deny this appeal, which uphold Planning Commission's decision. However, if Council decides to approve this appeal, the Council will need to provide finding for the appeal and also adopt a suggested condition as provided by staff. And this concludes staff's presentation, and staff's ready for any question.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. Mrs. Irwin.
I saw the picture from 2007, and it looked like the driveway at that point, the lower driveway at that point, was still in its natural state. Is that correct?
It appears that I think the contractor may use that access as for construction access. So I think the access was slightly modified or disturbed.
Okay, and then,
but there was any approval for that. So,
right, so the upper grading was done after that. Then, approximately when was that done?
The upper grading where the flat portion is done up approximately 2010, 2011.
Okay, and then we saw a case 2 weeks ago, and it was, there was an issue of encroachment into 25% slope. Could you outline the differences in staff's perspective in these two cases?
Couple items. First of all, the previous item, staff believe was a Bhatia case. It was in a rear property, and I believe the expansion area was about 1,500 square feet. And it's not visible. Oh, a couple of things. One is the size of the expansion. The Bhatia case was about 1,500 square feet. And the second item is that case, Bhatia's case, is not visible from public street. And third item will be the homeowner association has approved Bhatia's case, but in this case, homeowner association does not support this project.
Okay, and then what about the, were there these boundary limits on the Bhatia case?
For Bhatia case, we're just encroachment within 25% natural terrain. However, for this case, is besides the 25% terrain, for this particular tract, they have what we call a development limit boundary, which create a boundary of how much construction they can do, which in Bhatia's case, they don't have that particular conditions.
And that seems to be from the letter, it seems to be the biggest heartache that the homeowners association has, is going into that boundary limit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Irwin, any questions on that side? Oh, Mr. Fox on the other side.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cheng, I think we need to nail down the timeline here with respect to what happened when. As I look at the photos and read the staff report, it's my understanding that the rear access road off of Rayburn was put in for construction purposes of the patio and the improvements that were improved. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
Based on the picture, actually around the year of 2007, the contractor used that access for, I think, for retaining wall and for other purposes. And for the patio cover and the swimming pool actually was approved in 2009.
Okay.
So
the patio cover and the backyard improvements were approved in 2009. Does that mean they were completed or they were approved for construction in 2009?
Approving construction in 2009.
Okay. 2009.
I was approving concept. Staff, I'd like to clarify. The patio cover and swimming pool was approved in 2009 for concept. So not for total construction final, just for approving concept.
Right. So 2009, the patio and the pool were approved. The design.
Yes.
Okay. And do we have any idea when the final sign-off on those projects was?
The patio cover and swimming pool was signed off by our building inspector back in 2010, first half of 2010.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and at that time in 2010, am I correct in our understanding that the access road was graded? Because as you look at the property, that would have made sense. Otherwise, they would have had to go through improved landscape. But the upper pad level had not been graded. Is that a true statement?
Staff would like to correct myself. The patio cover was final by our building inspector in 2011, and swimming pool was finalized by our building inspector last year, 2012.
2012. Okay, so now we keep moving up the calendar here. So when the pool was finalized, was the upper graded area, was that in existence?
Yes, because what the history is, back in 2011, our building inspector issued a stop work order just for the back portion, but for the permanent construction, which is including a patio cover and swimming pool, they're allowed to continue with the construction if they have a permit, which they did.
Okay. And we'll hear more from the applicant, because what I'm seeing and looking at the pictures and looking at the timeline is it appears, setting aside for a moment our 25% grading ordinance and some of the administrative issues, it appears that what happened was the road to construct the approved improvements was rightly done in the back of the property. They did, in fact, construct that road for construction purposes. And in and around that same time, they just continued up and they leveled out the pad that's in question. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So I think just to frame the issue for council, at least there was some, for me, there was some notion that maybe these were done at separate times. One was approved, and then later on, unapproved, this grading occurred. It seems to me that it was all done in and around the same time, and it was done, at least in part, as part of an approved home improvement for this property. in terms of the access and the road?
For the previous approval for the patio cover and swimming pool, the access, which you see in the picture, I believe is in 2007, that access wasn't approved by staff. And staff understand that that's an easy access to get to where the construction is.
Right.
But the access wasn't approved by staff.
Right. I get that. I don't know that staff actually deals with that too much. But just looking at the property, I think anybody with common sense looking at the improved property is going to come to the conclusion that you're going to use the rear access to make those improvements. I think it happens all the time where people are putting in a swimming pool, they're not taking it through their front yard. If they can avoid it, they're going to take a different route that doesn't cause that other damage. I think just again, for clarification purposes, this appears to have been done in and around the same time that the improvements which were approved, which were permitted, were done. I'm not saying that the grading was approved. I'm simply saying that the grading part seems to be done around the same time in terms of the timeline.
But back in 2011 or 2012, there are additional grading, which to the right of the picture, there was additional flat space, which they did.
All right. Now, you also commented that in contrast to other properties, this grading occurs on a side lot, if you will, as opposed to the rear of the property. What difference does that make?
For this project, compared to other 25% cases, staff mentioned earlier a couple of differences. And first of all, the size of this project, the pad expansion for this one is about 7,000 square feet, and it's about more than 4,000 within 25% natural area. And compared to the Bhatia cases, I think it's only 1,500. And the second major difference is that this project is clearly visible from a public street perspective, and which is the Bhatia cases. Staff does not believe you can see it from the public street.
Okay, is the area in question in terms of the size of the grading, would it be fair to say that that's relative to the size of the property? For example, if you're going to have grading in a couple thousand square feet on a 2-acre parcel, that would be a little bit different than on a half-acre parcel, would it not?
And yes, for different project and for different property, there's a special, unique circumstances to it. And however, for this particular tract, that's why they develop what we call development limit boundary, to set a boundary for each particular lot to restrict where the construction can go.
Right.
And
now, the property that Mr. Irwin talked about that we had a couple of weeks ago, what was the total size of that property? Because my understanding is this property is just under 2 acres.
It is staff's understanding is about probably less half an acre.
Okay. So again, to be fair, we're making comparisons, but I don't think they're fair comparisons. In one sense, we're talking about a property that's maybe a half acre, 3/4 of an acre. In this case, and talking about grading, in this particular case, we're talking about a property that's more than double that size. So to me, again, just before we start dealing with the right or wrongs of it, we at least need to have fair comparisons. The other thing is I noted in the green packet that the one property owner that can actually see these improvements give me a second. I believe it's a doctor. Okay, thanks. No, that's the resolution. In the packet, it's in the supplemental. I think we got copies of a letter. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Mr. Contos, who's the sole property owner that actually has view of this property. He's apparently lived there for 30 years. He indicates that from his perspective, this would be an improvement, and in as much as he's the only property owner that actually has a view of this property, he's in full support of this. Does staff take that into consideration in terms of view shed impacts?
Based on city's design criteria, staff were looking at a project from a public street or a public view perspective. Sometimes staff does take in consideration of a private perspective, but in this particular case, we took it from a public street perspective, especially with the property at a lower elevation. As the street goes up, you can clearly see all the improvement going on.
Right, I understand that, and I'm just also understanding that the one person that actually has view of that property that lives there for 30 years thinks it's actually an improvement. They think it's good, and they're recommending that we allow the improvement to continue. Just saying, I want to put that on the record. Now, what is the issue with the HOA? It's been my understanding, maybe you can handle this, Mr. Prescott, that in the past, council tries to steer clear of HOA issues for the most part. We don't get involved in those. Is that correct?
In our evaluation of projects and recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council, our reference point is city policies. And homeowners associations sometimes have different and more restrictive policies, which they have the rights under their CC&Rs to enforce those. But those are not public policy, and we do not. They're not a material factor in our recommendation. I think we do obviously encourage applicants to work with their homeowners associations and their neighbors in developing their project plans, and whenever there is input provided, either pro or con by any party, an association or a neighbor, we pass that along to the decision makers.
So in a sense, the city does not get involved in enforcement of HOA guidelines or rules?
Oh, that's correct. We restrict ourselves to city ordinances and policies.
And in instances where HOAs do take action or have a contrary, a different viewpoint, that's really an issue that the HOA takes up with the resident through either private legal means or some kind of settlement between the HOA and the person in dispute.
Yeah, those would be the avenues an HOA would have to enforce its own regulations.
All right. And then finally, Mr. Prescott, because I think you're the guy with the best history, this whole notion of 25% grading, and we talked about this a little bit a couple of weeks ago, it's my understanding, and certainly going back to the Planning Commission, that these guidelines and policies were put in place early on in our city's planning and development policies, really to restrict development and to retain the natural hillsides on large development projects, large specific plans, large general plans, like a Dos Vientos, like a Lang Ranch, not really a good example, where there was going to be literally hundreds, if not thousands of homes constructed to make sure that the grading basically didn't come in and just level hillsides. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, the city's policy vis-a-vis encroachments in a 25% slope goes back to the general plan in 1970 and the Hillside Ordinance in 1971, and it was a policy of the city to encourage areas, steeper slopes over 25% natural grade to be not developed or graded. And where such grading was proposed, it had to be reviewed by the Planning Commission. Staff did not have authority to grant any encroachments in 25% slope. That's in our grading ordinance. And at that time, as many people remember, I think I saw former Mayor Hoos in the audience a little while ago.
He is. He's right there.
He's still here? Okay. Yep. He was present at the creation, if you will. But when the city incorporated and first developed this general plan, there was a sort of a legacy from the County of Ventura, allowing some pretty substantial grading in hillside areas. Kevington was sort of the poster child for that. So that was the focus at that time, and those ordinances were put in place and the policies put in place, and each project was evaluated on its merits as it came through, with a general policy guideline to not allow encroachments in the 25% slope. And small isolated pockets that were maybe a little steeper, that were completely surrounded by areas under 25% slope, then the commission would typically allow grading of those areas because it didn't make sense to treat them separately. But we still have those policies in place, and as you observe, the type of applications we're dealing with now are no longer the large tracts that are edging out towards the hillside areas, but are individual homeowners, usually, who have a lot, and as part of the original tract that was approved for that lot, that area, a certain part of the lot was supposed to be left alone because it was over 25% slope and retained as natural.
Right.
And now homeowners are trying to do some backyard improvements or expand their house. And in the grand scheme of things, these are minor erosion of that 25% line, but they're still covered by the policies in place. And so we kind of look at it. And in this case, it was a pretty significant expansion out.
Right. And then finally, the staff report talks about encroachment into and across property lines. It's my understanding that the applicant has agreed to make the necessary changes and get the necessary waivers, including removal of some of the retaining wall, the unpermitted retaining wall, to cure that situation. Is that correct?
If the council approves the appeal, all the construction will be within the property owner's boundary. So he will demolish any offsite improvement.
Right. Well, either way, whether we approve
yes.
it or don't approve it, that part's getting fixed. All right. All right. Thanks very much. That's all the questions I have for now.
Mr. Price?
Thank you. 2 weeks ago, in the case we had before us, there was some discussion about the stability of the hillside. And I just want to make sure that we're not overlooking that in this discussion here. So are there any concerns with the grading that's been done there that has caused any instability there?
At this point, since the council hasn't, city as well as council hasn't approved the project yet, they have not submitted any geotechnical grading plan to the city for review. So if council decides to approve the appeal, and all the necessary information will be forwarded to the community development as well as public works department to get proper permit as well as a review process.
Thank you.
Mr. Adam? Okay. All right, I have a couple of questions. Tell me more about the stop work order that has prevented the family from continuing to live there.
Actually, for the stop work order is for the construction to the back, which is the grading construction. The applicant or the appellant does have occupancy for the house, as well as a proper use for the patio cover as well as swimming pool. So the stop work order is only to the unpermitted grading construction as well as retaining wall, not necessarily the house. The actual homeowner can still reside in the house.
Okay, because I was reading about the hardship on the family for not being able to, let's see. This is part of the letter that came in, I think, at 3:30 this afternoon. And it was presented by the attorney. Hardship due to a stop work order. The Strada family has been prevented from completing the improvements and from moving into the property. That is not correct?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I'll take that. Probably be a good question for them when they testify as to what they mean by the property. They may just be talking about that part of the lot and not the house itself, because the house is approved for occupancy and the swimming pool and the patio cover, that whole area. It's not affected by anything that's under consideration tonight.
How can the city council approve something that does not meet the standards of the fire district?
Well, it's not a required fire access. I think that, and again, the applicant can possibly address this, but in the past they were characterizing this as something that could be a fire access up to the brush area in case of an emergency. There's no requirement that there be one there, and I think the fire district looked at it and said, well, first of all, thank you very much, but we don't need it. And if I'm putting words in your mouth, Ted, come down here. And secondly, it doesn't meet our standards anyway, as far as probably the access width would be my guess. So I don't think that was, I think that was more of a way to try to impute some sort of public benefit to this particular construction that was not really germane, and it's not It doesn't matter that it doesn't meet the access?
Okay, so it doesn't matter that it doesn't meet the fire district standards or our codes?
No, it doesn't matter that it won't, it's not something that would be used for fire access, so it doesn't matter whether it meets their standards for fire access. I mean, I don't think they would, be driving fire trucks up it. I mean, there's public streets right there.
No, I understand. It's a moot point. Now, the fact that it went into the neighbor's property or an adjacent property, is that of any concern at all to the property owner whose boundary was crossed?
Yes, it is.
Okay. We do have speakers. The first speaker is Mr. Mark Sellers, the attorney representing the appellant. Mr. Sellers, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Mark Sellers with Jackson Barco Law Firm, here on behalf of the appellant and applicant, who I'm going to ask come up and help me with the Elmo here and put some pictures out. First off, I want to start, this area we're talking about is not a natural area. This is part of the annual weed whack area. With the extension of the house out to that, they're going to have an obligation to at least 100 feet out to remove all brush on an annual basis. So you're not going to have a pristine, natural chaparral hillside to look at. It's going to be entirely something else, whether this proposal and request is approved or not. To start with the history a little bit, I'd like to start with a picture when they bought the house in 2007 of this second access road or driveway. You can see from this that it was already constructed in its rather rough condition. And the reason for that, apparently, was that in order to build the house in the first place, because it's set so far back against the hill behind it, that you can't get construction equipment behind it. You can't get, there's only a 3-foot level paved area behind this house. So the only way you can get up to do anything on the north end of the house is from this access road off of Rayburn. The driveway in front of the house is separate and really is a totally different issue. With the next picture we can show, we have some dispute. Our surveyor indicates that this is not a 25% slope area. We have some, we'll show you in a bit, some plans that we had that show it's not. They indicate on the plans themselves. And if you look at the gradient lines, they seem to appear to go right into this area we're talking about. We can put the plans, and I gave those to the council with the letter we got to the city this afternoon. So there's some dispute here as to whether this is a 25% slope or not. I will agree with you. This is an issue of pad area, as it was defined by the city. But we don't think this is an issue of encroachment into 25% slope. Now, while construction was going on, and if you had some pictures of the I think Councilmember Fox was correct. When they put the great room in, when they put the pool in, when they put the patio cover in, the only way to get up and do that work was from the north end of the property, was from this access driveway. And this area we're talking about today was basically a construction activity area. It was a site for the dirt that was removed when you put the pool in. It was a site for the dirt that was put when you did the pilings for the house. This was a site for all the construction debris. You can see the portisane there. You can see trucks and everything, equipment. This was an area that was disturbed, and it was, as best as possible, utilized for the construction of that end of the home. And when it's done, our request is merely to keep that, to smooth it out, to level, and to basically keep that as a. Now, I know there was a discussion about, we're not requesting a fire road. We're not requesting a fire break. All we're requesting is a more level area where you can walk around and inspect that side of the house. That is the north side of the house. That's where all the fires are going to come from. There's a big canyon and acres of dry chaparral. So the goal there was so the property owner easily can access, walk up and down, rather than have a 2-to-1 slope that was originally proposed, up that side of the house and inspect what's happening there. as well as, in case of emergency, ability to load a car and move the precious items out of that house. So it's not a fire road. It's not a benefit for the public. It's a benefit for the persons that are going to be living in this house. So I want to clear that up. We never requested a fire road or a fire truck lane or anything of that sort. It's our position that this project blends in with the property above. You can see the non-native trees of the property on the hill above. You can see the house as it will be in this rendering, as it will be when the improvements are finished. The issue that you could see this area from Rayburn, well, it's not finished. We have all sorts of landscaping that's going to go in that's going to hide that area, so you won't see it. The issue a couple weeks ago, the issue that you couldn't see it, well, that was because there was landscaping around it that's grown and matured. We're going to put in, what size trees? Are they 24-inch box trees? How many?
46 of them.
46 of them, so this entire area will not be seen from Rayburn. The block wall in the back will not be seen. The issue with the block wall is kind of interesting. The contractor looked at the city staff handout, and it's this one right here that indicates no building permit is required for a block wall that is 3 feet tall and has 3 feet of soil behind it, just like this one that we're talking about here. So the contractor felt there was no building permit required. I don't need to go get approval. So they basically installed it. Why did they install it? Because it matches the existing block wall that's behind the house. And our whole proposal here is to basically go at that upper activity level and extend that out to the north. We're not talking about going up halfway up a 25% slope into some isolated area and carving into the side of a hillside. All we're talking about is extending the natural activity area of that end of the house out a few feet to the north. And we're not going to put any structures there. We're not going to store anything there. We'll even agree to conditions. I think the Homeowners Association suggested that we wouldn't have RVs up there. We will not have RVs up there. Basically, all we want is a driveway access to get up to the activity areas. And if you've been out to the property, you can understand that if you have to park on the street, it's a real hike to get up to the great room or the patio or the pool areas. And that's sort of the applicant's goal here with this request. I think it was mentioned, I've been involved with a few yard additions in the 25% slope. I was involved with a family that wanted to put a basketball court in next to their house in the 25% slope, and even that was a restricted use area. And the issue came down to really, can anybody see it? If nobody can see it and it's not the neighbors do not object to it, why are we trying to prohibit a more logical and normal use of one's home? In that case, the council agreed, and we did put the basketball court in. I had a client who put a vineyard on a 25% slope on a ridge line that everybody in the community could see. He had stone planters. Well, the city finally, the Planning Commission finally approved that, feeling that, wow, all the neighbors loved it. It was in a weed whack area. It was in an area that was going to be disturbed. This is an improvement, a visual improvement to one's yard, even though it's on 25% slope. Well, to wind up, we don't have any neighbors objecting to this. In fact, at the Planning Commission, we had even a different neighbor come down and support the project. We feel that this is a natural, harmonious extension of the activity areas to the north. We will agree to conditions that, yes, it shall be improved with decorative pavers, it will be screened, landscape will be installed, that no RVs will be parked up there, that no structures will be up there, that no storage will be allowed, and that we will submit plans to the Homeowners Association for their review. And I agree. That's a matter between my client and the Homeowners Association, and we're going to try to work with them as best we can. But tonight, I think we're here asking for you to approve this as a logical, usable extension of this home. And I think Member Fox was correct. This is a larger parcel, and all we're talking about at the top of the driveway is an area of 3,000 square feet. So if you got a parcel roughly twice as large, then you go from 15 to 3,000. That seems to be in harmony with what the council has done before. With that, I can respond to any questions, and the owner is here to deal with any issues that you may have for him.
Good evening, Frank Estrada, 2100 Highland Circle, Westlake Village. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members.
Good evening, Mr. Estrada. Would you like to make comments?
The
or?
only thing that I would like to clarify that Mr. Chang mentioned is that the initial access road closer to Rayburn has been there for nearly 10 years. The first picture that I put on the projector here showed the road there, and that road had been there for nearly 10 years. The upper road and the improvements made cannot be seen from the upper part of Rayburn. Mr. Chang was there yesterday, and there are, like the attorney mentioned, about 46 Carolina cherry trees that are still sitting in the boxes because of the stop work order. But it truly covers and it hides the entire improvement that we are requesting that the council approves, please.
Thank you.
And the other thing I guess that was at issue is that we have not been able to move into the house. We are still living in a secondary home in Northridge, and the reason for that is because the stop work order prevented me from putting my security fence around the property to keep wild animals from coming in and to keep any type of trespassers from coming into the property. So one of the pictures that you saw the entire wrought iron fence that will go in place sitting there, and it has been sitting there for 2 years.
Okay, but the house is habitable.
Yes, ma'am. The house itself is habitable.
All right. I thought there were other speakers, but we only have Mr. Sellers and Mr. Estrada here. And no other speakers. So other questions? Mrs. Irwin.
I had a question about the deed restriction and your signature on it. Were you aware that the area up there at the top driveway was that there was a development limit boundary?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the way it was explained to me is that RPD 85-351 does not prohibit the extension of the pad if it is a driveway. And it specifically says in the RPD 85-351 that our driveways are excluded from that particular expansion. And so based on that explanation to me, the contractor went ahead and there was very little. There were three quarters of that road that we're looking at from the street to the back of it. 3/4 of it was already there. You can see from the first picture that I showed that the inclination of the slope there terminates way back, and there was very little grading done to the majority of that road. It was basically cleanup. If you saw another picture that I put up there, you saw that there was a lot of trash, that the contractor was using that back road to store trash and dirt from when they dug all of the trenches necessary for the pad, for the cement pad. So there was very little grading that was done, very little. But yes, we were aware that there was a deed restriction, but the driveway, as it was explained to me, did not apply to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Adam has a question for you, Mr. Estrada.
Hi, Mr. Estrada. So we know it's not going to be a fire road, correct? And
yes,
we know
Councilman.
The upper pad won't be a turnaround, therefore, because there's no vehicles to be parked in a fire turnaround anyway. So what do you anticipate will be in that upper pad? I mean, you're going to have vehicles parked up there?
The upper pad is primarily used, and the Planning Commission, unfortunately, they kept all of my 8x10 pictures that I showed them. They are to park cars when we have barbecues, to keep or to facilitate the travel from the guests from the Rayburn all the way up to the back of the house. That pad that we are going to, if approved by the council, that will be paver stones put on there and actually beautified so that when guests come to the house, they'll be able to park there, and the barbecue patio is just maybe 20 feet from walking distance instead of 160 feet.
Okay, so multiple vehicles could be up there at any given time then?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Strada.
Mr. Strada, what was your neighbor's reaction when you graded onto his property, when you crossed the boundaries?
My neighbor has in fact given me an easement on the piece of property. And it was a mistake on the part of my contractor when that happened. I happened to be out in China when the contractor was doing that part of the job. And when I came back and we did a survey, we had a surveyor come out, and it did encroach in my neighbor's property. But my neighbor doesn't have any kind of fencing or anything on there, so he says, I'll give you an easement. So he gave us an easement, but I have agreed with planning to go ahead and remove that portion that is encroaching in my neighbor's property, ma'am.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Strada.
Thank you very much.
All right. We have no speakers, but I will throw it to Mr. Fox.
Yeah, just for clarification, Mr. Estrada, because you actually there, Mr. Sillers was not. Can you give us the sequence on when, I can see the picture that was provided, the access road was there basically before the house was even built, but approximately when the pad in question was put in place?
It was sometime in the beginning of 2011. The area that was cleared that appeared that we graded it had been in place for at least 6 months before the decision was made to build the 3-foot wall. And then at that time is when building planning saw the wall was being erected and issued a stop work order on it. But the dirt itself, the terrain itself, had already been cleared for at least 6 months prior to the wall going up in June of 2011.
Okay, so is it fair to say that there were city officials, city inspectors that were in and around your property at the time that pad was already, for lack of a better description, that pad was already in its current state?
Without incriminating anybody, sir, yes.
Okay. So it was the wall that was called into question, not the pad. The pad had been in place, was in place when the inspectors, and I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble here, we just really need to know the facts and the sequence of things. So we're not, from my perspective, we are not accusing you of doing something outside and undercover, if you will, of the city inspection process.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, would you like to address some of the issues raised?
Yeah, just a couple of points. There is some testimony regarding the city's standards for walls and when a building permit is required and when it isn't, and there may have been some confusion on that part. Where the wall is 18 inches or smaller against sloping grade, then no building permit is required. That 3-foot standard where you don't need a building permit is if the grade behind the wall is level. In this case, it's sloping grade, so any wall in excess of 18 inches in height would require a building permit, and the one was not obtained in this case. The slide that was shown shows several different conditions and under what conditions a building permit's required for each. And I think there was a little confusion about which one represented the actual case. And then secondly, in terms of the driveway exception, yeah, in that track, there are a number of lots where the pad area or the developable area may have been sitting up on higher terrain, and to get a driveway to that developable area, then crossing 25% slope might be might be necessary, and that's why that driveway exception was put in there, that could be outside the grading limit boundary. Because the actual homes hadn't been designed at that time. They were custom homes that came later. But the driveway is actually just the access for vehicles from a public street to an approved parking place, which in this case is the garage. So the improvements we're talking about here is not a driveway in the sense of the code that would be exempt from that requirement in that particular track. That's all I had. Did you have anything else?
As for the 25% area, staff's using the original EIR to figure out the 25% sloping terrain. In this case, it's a significant amount, close to more than 4,000 square feet is within 25% sloping terrain. So it's not a small pocket, but it's a broadest 25% encroachment.
Anything else?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, I will call Mr. Sellers again for a rebuttal. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Sellers.
Yes. With regards to the diagram, whether it might not be appropriate for this situation, almost when you look at the diagram, it almost looks exactly like the situation that's out there in the field when you go out and visit the wall that was put in. We're requesting 2 driveways, and one of the reasons we're requesting it is because the property right across the street has 2 driveways to the house. And the applicant certainly would like to have the same benefits of having 2 driveways into this house as their neighbor does. And again, I get back to the issue of what is the visual impact? Why is this 25% grading pad limit here in the first place? If there is no adverse visual impact, then why do we need to adhere to that rule? And what we're going to do with this is basically, again, extend a natural active level of that house further to the north. We're going to fully screen it with the trees we talked about, so nobody will see the cars or nobody will see the wall that extended behind this area. And we are basically going to improve the functionality, the accessibility of this property, and the peace of mind for the applicant in fire season. And I know, again, we're not talking about a fire road. We're just talking about accessibility in and out of the home by the people that live there. And with that, I'll basically my rebuttal.
Mr. Sellers, why did your client not go through the proper procedures, the proper steps in seeking approval through the Planning Commission, which, again, is available to anyone who wants to improve beyond 25% grade?
Well, he's probably similar to many of the people up in the North Ranch area that don't understand the limits on pad area, that don't understand the limits on 25% slope. And the 2 cases that I talked about before were the same situation, where the homeowners do not have the advantage and the knowledge and the understanding that city staff has on this sensitive 25% slope and pad limitations. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. My client had a contractor who he relied on. You understand these rules better than I do. Contractor felt, well, a driveway doesn't need any sort of modification to the pad area because it's not included. Contractor felt a building permit wasn't needed for this 3-foot wall, so none was requested. So that's the best explanation I can make. It's unfortunate, but sometimes homeowners are just not as familiar with these rules on development as city staff.
But the contractors should be.
That's true.
Was it, well, I don't
He
know.
relied on the contractor, he paid the contractor. But again, we get back to the issue is, all right, now we got to tear stuff out, try to put it back the way it was, and to me it just doesn't make a lot of sense when you really look at where this area is right next to a house in a weed whack area. So it's not like we're going to go back and try to return something to a natural condition that's in the middle of a hillside.
All right. I am just amazed, though, I have to say, that constructing a brand new driveway with all the grading going on wouldn't trigger some sort of perhaps inquiry to City Hall.
Well, it wasn't constructing a driveway. They had to have the driveway, otherwise they couldn't put the pool or the great room in. There's no physical way to get to that side of the house without installing the second driveway for the contractor.
Thank you, Mr. Sellers. All right. Mr. Adam has a question for you, Mr. Sellers.
The second driveway is still functional without that upper pad area, yes?
Well, you need a turnaround area, and I don't have the dimensions of what that needs to be, but yes, we could reduce some of that upper level.
Well, that's not exactly what I asked. The driveway as it sits now, is it functional without the upper pad area that's in question?
It's functional with some of the upper pad area in question because you have to get a car up and physically turn it around and get it back down.
All right, thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions of staff, I will close the public hearing. Oh, Jackie, Councilmember Irwin, you have a question? Okay, go ahead.
For Mr. Prescott, these grading limit boundaries, are they to prevent overdevelopment of the lots there in North Ranch?
Well, I think they did have that as somewhat of a purpose, yes, because that particular tract was in a hillside area, and there was a belief at the time that a large majority of the hillside slope should be preserved, and that the home should be confined to some smaller portion of the property than being able to use the entire property. Mainly the steeper slopes were the ones, though, that were protected.
And the staff recommendation is to deny, so tell the homeowner to basically return both the upper and lower, the upper pad and the lower driveway to a natural state. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that was the recommendation, to deny the application.
All right, thank you.
Actually, I do have a question of Mr. Sellers. Since I haven't closed the public hearing, if I could ask you, the Planning Commission did approve a revised stepped design with 2 walls and so forth. Why is that not acceptable to your client?
Well, that's acceptable, and we're working with staff to try to work out the engineering on how that can be done, because some of those are support walls, but that portion is acceptable.
It was. Okay. Thank you. And then, Mr. Prescott, regarding that finding or decision by the Commission, the revised step design, is with staff, or is staff in agreement with that?
Staff originally support the chair's design, which Planning Commission approved, and which is not part of this appeal. So staff will support that design, yes.
I see. Okay. Thank you. All right. Any additional questions? None? Then I will open it up for a discussion on this item. I know Mr. Fox is chomping at the bit.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we have hearings like this, I think this is why we have human beings on the City Council, and we don't have just rote staff people reading out of the municipal code, because in order to fairly evaluate this, you have had to go on and look at the property. That's why I was a little late coming to the meeting today, because I actually went to look at the property right before the meeting. If you have not looked at the property, it's pretty tough to weigh in here. I think there's a number of issues that the council should evaluate in looking at this. First is the issue of the 25% slope. I hope that we've dealt with that, and I think we dealt with it appropriately 2 weeks ago. The history behind why the 25% slope was put in place was basically to restrict development and to prohibit basically the massacring of hillsides as our community was developing in the 1970s. And I think by anyone's account, that policy, that restriction of 25% grading has served our city extremely well, and is in part the reason why we have such world-class development here in Thousand Oaks. To take that 25% grading policy and apply it now to existing homes in well-established neighborhoods with people that want to make home improvements to their backyards is not the intent of the 25% grading ordinance. And staff has said that. And any reasonable person looking at the intent behind it can't get from here to there on either the improvement that we approved last council meeting or, in my opinion, this one here tonight based only on the 25% policy, because it clearly does not apply, and that was not the intent of the policy. So the next thing I think we need to look at is size of property in terms of the grading. This is an extremely large lot. It's an extremely large house. And so I think the size of grading has to be in relationship to the size of the property. In this particular case, it's actually a very small graded area that we're talking about on a very large parcel. And in fact, we saw pictures that the applicant provided that the road in question was established. It was graded. In fact, I would suggest it looks exactly like it does today prior to the house even being constructed. Even being constructed, that road was there. And it makes perfect sense that this road was used for the home improvements that were approved by staff, that were permitted by the city, and were constructed. That is really the only reasonable way that construction crews could have got back to build the home and the patio. Councilmember Price talked about stability of the slope. There are no safety issues on the record. If you inspected the property, you can see that the grading into the quote 25% slope was extremely mild. It was not to the greater portions of the hill, certainly not in the pristine areas Mr. Sellers pointed out. This area will be cleared for brush clearance each and every year, 100 feet, well past where this grading is going to be. So any notion that this is pristine, protected open space just simply is not factually correct, can't be supported by the record. So now we get to visual impacts. And yes, you can see the driveway certainly from Rayburn. And right now, if you really go out of your way and even possibly pinch a nerve in your neck, you could see the graded pad behind this gentleman's property. But they're addressing that through conditions, through very dense landscaping. And when in fact that landscaping is in, it will be virtually invisible from the road at the very, some would argue it's a very minimal visual impact. So then you have to ask yourself the question, well, who is that visual impact on? Well, it's to the neighbor. It's the neighbor who's on the record, Mr. Contos, who wrote a letter to the council that says, no, I want this. I want this improvement. I am the only property owner that can see this improvement, and I think it's good. So from my perspective, I think we need to look at the visual impact as a non-issue. The only person that has a problem with it is supporting it. I think there needs to be some evaluation of when this happened and how this happened. Because as I originally read the staff report, you could be led to the conclusion that Mr. Estrada did this over the objections of city staff, under the darkness of night, so to speak, when the inspectors weren't around. That's not the record. That's not the record. The record is there were building inspectors in and around the property for many inspections when this pad and this road existed. It was not until the wall was identified, which can be repaired through minor improvements, which he's already agreed to do, that this whole pad issue came to place. So, and in fact, when the wall was looked at, we have testimony tonight, the gentleman was in China. And I recognize that the contractor is responsible for this, but getting back to the issue at hand tonight for the council is the road and the graded pad. Those are in existence. The road was in existence before the house was even built, and the graded pad was in existence when they were doing the improvements to the pool and the patio area where there was building inspectors. So now we need to look at the alternatives. I can see no public value in requiring this gentleman to return this property to its original state, whatever that means. Whatever that means. And again, I just want to point out to the council that whatever it's returned to, it will be cleared every year for brush clearance. I do see a value in private property rights, however. This gentleman is making improvements to a very nice property in a very nice area of town, where he's putting a access in the rear and some essentially rear parking. We have conditions. There'll be no RVs. There'll be no storage. And as Mr. Prescott pointed out and Mr. Sellers talked about, the issues with the HOAs will be reconciled. They always are, particularly in North Ranch. So I think on balance, and looking at this thing, the alternative is to basically bring in a lot of grading, do a lot of work, return that hillside to a state that I don't think, based on the pictures we saw, anybody really knows what that is. And in doing so, we're denying this gentleman what I think is reasonable use of the property. And so I'm moving that we approve the appeal in its entirety, that all the conditions that have been set forth by staff with regard to the waiver from the property owner, with regard to the visual landscaping, and the associated conditions for approval be incorporated into the motion.
Councilmember Fox, can I get clarification from staff? I believe that there's a condition that prohibits any structures, but there's no conditions that prohibits RVs or boats or trailers. Is that correct?
We have that on the record, but I will certainly put that as part of the motion. No structures, no RVs, simply the state that it's in with pavers is my understanding. That's what the request is, which is certainly an improvement than a dirt road.
Mr. Adam.
Well, first of all, we hear these cases quite frequently lately where there's unpermitted building and they end up with us. Each one's different. Each one you have to evaluate on its own merits on a case-by-case basis, and that's what we have to do tonight. I would have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Fox's assessment to a certain extent. I do think it's a substantial incursion into what they call the development limit boundary. It's 7,300 square feet. 4,900 of it, or 4,300 isn't into the 25% slope. Now, whether it's a 25% slope or not is an issue. But to me, the bigger issue is this development limit boundary that was set in 1986. It was a circle around the property. In 2005, the city staff allowed the development limit boundary to be expanded to build the house. In 2009, the city staff allowed the development limit boundary to be expanded again to build the patio cover, the pool, and the retaining wall. In 2009, the Estrada signed a deed restriction that to me is very clear. It says, if you want to go beyond this development limit boundary that we set, you got to check with us first. Very clear. And they didn't. So it's my feeling, and believe me, I understand property rights, but I also understand that the city has its ordinances, and they make sense to me. I mean, they're trying to preserve the natural beauty of the area. I understand the development with the driveway and how that all occurred. What I would feel that needs to be done here is we could retain that driveway and a little turnaround at the top of it. So as I asked Mr. Sellers, it remains functional. I mean, we already did give permission, or the Planning Commission gave permission for that 15-foot high retaining wall, which I think was quite accommodative. Retain the driveway and a little turnaround at the top, but the rest of that pad that goes into the side of the hill, I think that needs to be returned to its natural state. Take out that retaining wall and regrade it and put it back there the way it was. I don't think that's a huge hardship because I was up at the property and it wouldn't entail that much work, but that seems to me a reasonable accommodation considering the actions of the Estrada family in undertaking this unpermitted work. So I don't know if Councilmember Fox would consider that alternative or not, but that's the way I would feel about it.
Mr.
Well,
Fox?
let me just say this. I'd like to hear from the rest of the council, but I think that is a absent my motion, that's certainly a reasonable compromise, and I'd entertain it. I'd like to hear from the rest of the council.
Good.
Mr. Price.
Thank you. In the acceptance of conditions form that was signed by Mr. Estrada back on September 7th of 2009, he acknowledged that any future encroachments into that boundary limit would not be made unless it went before the Planning Commission. And while that didn't happen, it eventually did. And that brings us here today. So I will also say that in reading the Estrada's, and this is their own document here, Grounds for Appeal, they do give a possible alternative approach. And in that, it says that if the council were not willing to grant the appeal as is, that they would be open to working with staff to perhaps limit that pad area that is up there, which would be more in keeping with what Councilmember Adam is suggesting. I put that out there, but I too would like to hear from the rest of you.
Mrs. Irwin.
At the last meeting, we were looking at a case that I thought was pretty minor. If they would have come to us ahead of time, I think we would have all approved it. And obviously, in some ways, the 25% ordinance is not really relevant anymore. And I had talked about, at the last meeting, about looking at minor situations. If you look at slope stability and visibility, and if something was a minor improvement, to have that approved at the administrative level. But I think this went way beyond that. And the big difference is that development limit boundary. And I do think that North Ranch put those in place to make sure they didn't have overdevelopment on their pads. I think it sets a very bad precedent to allow something like this. But I would definitely agree with a compromise, because the lower driveway has been there for a very long time. There's access to the house that way. That one makes more sense to make the compromise on than that back pad. So if the compromise was basically stopping it somewhere close to the end of the house, then I would be willing to go along with the compromise.
Mr. Fox, are you willing to withdraw your motion or incorporate the compromise proposed by Mr. Adam?
Let me try to amend the motion, because I think we're all headed in the same direction here. That would provide for the appeal to be approved, but the graded pad area be reduced to sufficient space for turnaround, for vehicle turnaround. I don't think we're going to get involved in how big that is. We'll leave that to staff. But sufficient space for vehicle turnaround. And I would say, I think there was some discussion about the wall. I think we need to stay out of that, because I think a portion of the wall needs to stay for any part of that area, that retaining wall. But let's leave it to staff on what stays, what goes, and then the remainder of the hillside be returned to its natural state.
Mr.
So
Adam.
that would be an amendment.
Okay.
So are you saying with respect to the wall then to give staff discretion to determine whether it stays or goes? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
The wall area, obviously, that needs to be provided to maintain the driveway, and the turnaround area needs to be in place. I'm not sure where that is. I know where the painted wall stopped and looks like the concrete wall begins, but I don't know if I don't know where that is. Let's just leave that to staff. I think the intent is driveway and vehicular turnaround, everything else goes back.
And that would require probably a removal of a portion of the wall, as well as, of course, returning the remainder of the pad to its natural habitat.
Yeah.
That would also be part of the motion.
Yes.
Mr. Adam, is that something that is agreeable?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Please vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And we are going to have a slight change in our agenda, because we do have a group of persons waiting to hear about item 9B. We will call that next, if council members agree. All right. So we move now to 9B, and after that we'll take a quick break. And that is the solid waste rate study, which will be presented by Jay Spurgeon, our Public Works Director.
Madam Mayor, just a moment to set up, and we'll be right with you.
Good evening, Mr. Spurgeon.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Tonight we are presenting the results of the solid waste rate study and discussing options for moving forward. With me on the dais tonight is John Brooks, our Senior Environmental Analyst, and Laith Izate from HF&H Consultants, and these are the rate consultant that we retained to do the study. And our PowerPoint will be coming up shortly. In the meantime, I would remind you that currently we have 3 franchise agreements for solid waste services. We have 2 for residential and 1 for commercial. The commercial agreement expires in 2015. The residential agreements both expire in 2018. Our apologies on getting the PowerPoint going. The residential services are split between 2 companies. The Waste Management serves about 70% of the city for residential service, and Harrison, doing business as Newbury Disposal, about 30%. The commercial service is provided by Waste Management entirely. So our current agreements provide for extension points every 3 years. And when these extension points come up, there are essentially 3 options that council can take at that time. One is, if no action is taken, actually, the agreements automatically extend for 3 years. A second option is to give notice to the haulers and having the contracts actually terminate at the end of their current expiration dates. And again, commercial is 2015 and residential is 2018. The third option is to negotiate with the haulers in exchange for 3-year extensions, various additional services and or rate concessions. And since the current agreements were approved in 1994, we have done just that 6 different times. And we believe that there's been tremendous value added for residents and businesses over these years. Going through the negotiation process, there have been significant additional services as well as rate concessions that we've negotiated over that time. And in fact, in preparation for the most recent extension point, we did sit down with the haulers and negotiate several additional services and rate concessions. The 3 major items are shown here. A residential rate freeze for 2 years and a 3rd-year reduction in the automatic CPI increase, which is built into the contract. Free green waste disposal at our municipal service center, and then some commercial organic collection and recycling programs. These were presented to City Council last year on June 12th. At that meeting, Council discussed opening up these agreements to a competitive RFP process and ultimately requested staff to return with additional options. One of the questions asked at that meeting, a significant question I believe, is would the haulers honor their rate concessions and additional services should a decision be made to go out for an RFP? The simple answer to that is no. But at the June 26th meeting last year, several decisions were made and direction given by council. First being that the decision point would be delayed a year. The second being that the residential rate freezes would be honored for that year. And then the haulers would fund a rate study to be brought back to council. That is the subject of this item tonight. So clearly, additional information about rates was deemed important enough to go through the process of having the rate study prepared. So we
ultimately selected HF&H as our consultant to do the rate study. They have considerable expertise in this area. They really are the experts in Ventura and LA counties. They've done a number of these kinds of rate studies, and ultimately council approved their contract last October. And with that as introduction, I'm going to turn it over to Laith, and he will walk you through the rate study results.
Thank you, Jay. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Laith Izet with HF&H Consultants. And I'm a solid waste consultant. It's all I do. I've been doing this sort of work for more than 20 years. I don't do roads one day and transportation the next. It's just solid waste and recycling. We've helped over 200 California cities with their programs, and we do not work for any waste haulers, only for public agencies. The study objectives, which are shown here, this was a rate study. We were asked to benchmark or to compare your rates to rates in 6 other cities. And then secondly, we were asked to look at how the fees that are remitted to the city by the waste hauler compare to other jurisdictions. In terms of who we compared to, there was a long process to determine which cities would be used to compare to, and no 2 cities are identical. And when you're benchmarking cities, what you want to do is select cities that have similar service characteristics for the most important service attributes. And as an example, something you wouldn't want to do is compare a city that had once a week trash service to a city that had twice per week trash service. That wouldn't be a good idea. You also wouldn't want to compare a city that had 3 carts for trash recycling and green waste to a city that only had 1 cart and it was all collected in a single stream. You wouldn't want to make that sort of a comparison. You also wouldn't want to compare municipal service like they have in the city of Oxnard to the private service arrangements that you have here. And then lastly, you'd want to compare a city that had exclusive service arrangements where the hauler has an exclusive service area. In some cities, the commercial service is provided by numerous companies that compete in overlapping routes, so that wouldn't make any sense to compare here either. So those are just some examples of the types of things that you're looking for. We wanted a mix of contracting methods represented, both RFP processes as well as contracts that were renegotiated. I would note that we've shown the populations on this slide in the first and second column, but size is not a critical factor or critical component in determining the cost of service. As long as the city is large enough that it can route efficiently, then the cost can be reasonably provided. So while your city is significantly larger at 128,000 than a small city like Lawndale, 33,000, Lawndale can nevertheless provide cost-effective service. It's large enough to route efficiently. I would note that it's not on the slide, but there's different densities involved. The city of Lawndale is the smallest city, but it also has a small area. And if you actually looked at its density, it would be 8 times denser than a city like Thousand Oaks. And that might allow them to provide services more efficiently. On the other hand, the landfill in the city of Lawndale is 3 times further away than the landfill in that services this city. So that would work in an offsetting direction. If we look at the methodology slide, the way we went about doing this is to calculate what we call the annual rate revenues. And to do this, we took the rates in each of the different cities, and we multiplied those rates by the number of customers here in the city of Thousand Oaks. So as an example, we took the rate matrix in the city of Calabasas, we multiplied their rates by the number of customers here in this city to say, well, what would the annual revenues be if we had the rates in Calabasas here in Thousand Oaks? So it allows us to compare all of the rates on a consistent basis or a standard customer matrix. And then we made adjustments for certain significant differences between the cities, the most important one being the different cities assess different city fees, like the franchise fees can vary significantly among the jurisdictions. So we made an adjustment to standardize that. Some of the cities had street sweeping included in their solid waste rates, but other cities did not. So we made an adjustment to standardize that. It's important to note that this was exclusively a rate study. I know you have other contracting decisions before you, and staff has analyzed a variety of other factors, but the rate study itself was not intended to evaluate the service quality or the effectiveness of the diversion programs or the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that the haulers may be emitting in their operations. It's strictly a rate study. Those other factors are all important to you in making your contracting decisions, but they're not part of the rate study. Some other considerations, we've already covered population and density. I would like to speak for a moment on disposal fees. All of the companies use a mix of landfills, transfer stations, material recovery facilities, green waste facilities, and other solid waste facilities that support their operations. Some of them they own, some of them are owned by the public sector, some of them they use third-party private facilities. There is a mix of prices which are often negotiated for those services and facilities, and each of the companies makes different decisions regarding which facilities are most cost-effective for them to use based on the travel distance to the facility and the tip fees that are available. And those decisions are critical part, an integral part of the cost of providing service, and are reflected in the rates. So let's get to right to the results. The envelope, please. We've ranked the cities here on an overall basis, the residential and commercial combined, from the highest rates to the lowest rates after making the adjustments that we made that were documented in our report, with Simi Valley having the highest rates at 18% above those in Thousand Oaks, and Lawndale having the lowest at 29% below the rates in Thousand Oaks. Now, one thing to note here is you could throw out the high and the low. You know, if you don't like a particular data point or you don't think it's representative, if you threw out Simi Valley and you threw out Lawndale, you wouldn't change the theme of the analysis. The range would still be approximately the same. You would still be in the middle of that range. A couple of observations about this. For the cities that exclusively used a renegotiation process, the city of Thousand Oaks has the lowest rates among those communities, so it looks like you've negotiated reasonably well. I would also like to make one note about Santa Clarita. It's a nuance, but it's an important one. They recently negotiated an extension of their agreement, and by doing so, there's going to be some special rate increases over the next 3 to 4 years. It's noted in the footnote at the bottom. The bottom line is if you were to do this study in 2016, by then, the Santa Clarita number would probably move about 9 percentage points closer to Thousand Oaks because of these special adjustments they're going to get in the future. So, in terms of findings, finding one we've covered. Your rates are in the middle of the observed range. Finding number 2, the cities that have used an RFP process generally tend to have the lower rates. And your existing rates are not unreasonable, but there's a very broad range there. I'd like to turn to the city fees, and we did some surveying in Los Angeles. I'm sorry, we have one more finding on page 15. I understand that you've negotiated this extension, and that as part of that, the contractors will freeze their rates, residential rates, for a period of time. The value of that over the next several years is roughly 5.7% to the residential after it's phased in, and on an overall basis, it's worth 3.5%. With respect to city fees, we looked at 42 different cities in LA County for comparison. Your city fees represent roughly 12% of the gross rate when all of them are combined. The median in LA County was 14%, so you're just a smidgen below that. You can see a very wide range from 2 to 35% in LA County. And then on the next page, we looked at the 4 cities in this county that were benchmarked, and you're also kind of in the middle of that range of 8 to 14.5%. So in summary, your rates appear in the middle of the range, and your city fees also are within the observed averages.
So thanks, Laith. And as our consultant mentioned, there are other factors that we didn't analyze in this review. This pie chart shows you cost is one piece. And the quality of service, environmental stewardship, regulatory compliance, other things are very important in this discussion, clearly. And in fact, should an RFP process be the selected direction that we go, these will all be criteria that we would use in evaluating proposals going forward. Regarding the quality of service, the importance of service, this chart here is directly out of the city's community attitude survey that was just completed last year. Residents were asked to rate the importance of various services, and solid waste, trash collection, recycling services rated number 4 out of 15. And in fact, 81% of the residents surveyed felt that this was either extremely or very important service. Maybe more significantly is the satisfaction with various services. And you see here that trash collection, recycling services rated number 5 out of 15, behind fire, parks, library, and public landscaping services. In fact, 95% of our residents said they were satisfied with the solid waste service, and actually over 3/4 said they were extremely or very satisfied with these services. I think this is a very important factor as we discuss this issue. Legislative and regulatory changes are kind of a way of life in this industry. There are a number of things that are coming at us from the state, including a goal of 75% total diversion by 2020, the potential to ban organics from landfills, which means that the use of green waste as alternative daily cover for landfills, which currently counts as diversion credit, could very well go away. Now that's significant because composting, recycling, green waste recycling and reuse facilities, that infrastructure takes time to develop. We have those kind of facilities in our county today. The Agromin recycling and other facilities. Those have been conceived years ago, and that's where our green waste is going currently. We do not use our green waste at the landfill for alternative daily cover. So achieving these kind of regulations, these kind of requirements, means that we have to work collaboratively with our haulers to put the infrastructure and reuse practices in place in the near term in order to meet these 2020 goals. And this speaks to some of the factors we need to consider in making a decision. There are risks to any direction that we might go. The potential for lower rates or higher rates, that risk is there either way. One of my colleagues, public works director in one of the LA cities, after they went out for an RFP process, they ended up with higher rates. And others have struggled with renegotiating as well, not being able to keep their rates low. So the risk is there, higher or lower in either case. But other things, I think significantly, the community attitude survey, the level of satisfaction with our service, the risk of losing that level of satisfaction or a decrease in service level, I think is real. We have a very high bar that a new hauler would have to meet should we select someone new. The need to lock in our home for green waste is another risk, speaking again to the need for green waste facility infrastructure. Again, that takes time to develop, site, and construct and permit. There's advantages and disadvantages to the various roads we could take. Here we talk a little bit about the RFP process. Advantages, this is an open competitive process. There is the potential for lower rates for both our commercial and residential customers. There's also an opportunity to redesign our service. Currently, again, we have 3 agreements. We have residential split 70-30 in the city. We could redesign that. We could go with one hauler for everything. We could split up the city different ways. That's an opportunity that potentially is an advantage of going forward with a different process. Disadvantages are the loss of over $3 million of savings to our residential customers. These are already negotiated. This is the 5.7% savings that Laith mentioned. Also, transitioning to a new hauler can be very difficult and confusing for our customers. Again, anecdotally, talking to other public works directors, this can be a very difficult and challenging and frustrating process. Clearly, we have to plan carefully for any kind of transition to a new hauler. There's no guarantee, though, that rates will be lower, even if we go out for an RFP process. So again, that's another risk. The RFP process would take about 18 months. We'd actually like to give ourselves 2 years so we can have about a 6-month transition period to plan for that turnover should a new hauler be selected. But staff, we would need some help. So we would need to get a consultant on board to help us develop the RFP, evaluate the proposals, negotiate new contracts. Developing the RFP, there's a lot to consider. That's a whole process in and of itself. Do we restructure our current service sectors? Do we require that recycling and trash service be kept in Ventura County? Do we dictate where the trash goes? Are we concerned about our carbon footprint? And also maintaining current revenues to our general fund and our solid waste fund. Those are all important considerations. We would have to do 2 RFPs the way our current structure is. Again, we have commercial coming up in 2015. We'd basically need to start immediately for an RFP process for the commercial sector, and then following maybe 2 to 3 years later for residential, since it expires in 2018. Similarly, the renegotiation process has both advantages and disadvantages. As mentioned, advantages is maintaining those savings to our residents and potentially through additional negotiation even providing greater savings. These are guaranteed rate reductions. These are in the contract, so to speak, now. The advantage is the continuation of very high quality service and locking in capacity at existing facilities, both landfill and recycling, and the ability to continue to adapt to new regulations. Our current collaborative working relationship with our haulers clearly would allow us to do that. Disadvantages here, of course, are the perceived lack of transparency. We're not going through an open competitive process. And we would potentially not enjoy lower rates that could result from an RFP process. In other words, we're not testing the market. So just to conclude, the rate study shows that our rates are reasonable. We're in the middle of the survey. The community attitude survey shows that our residents are very satisfied with our current service. We believe that we've provided a very high value to our residents and commercial customers through this negotiation process for the past number of years. And that has allowed an investment in infrastructure in the county that has already serving us well and is poised to help us meet the new regulations, new goals of the regulations. Ventura County really is a leader in the state in solid waste recycling and reuse, and I think that's not by accident. So we believe, again, through negotiation over the years, that we've obtained the very best value for our residents and businesses. Our recommendation is to direct staff to go back and renegotiate further with the haulers for a 3-year rate extension, and then bring that back to you before June 30th, which is the trigger point for this extension. We really are in a better position today further negotiate with our haulers than we've ever been asked. So with that, we'd be happy to open it up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Spurgeon. Mr. Adam has a question.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Spurgeon. I'd like to talk for just a second about the franchise fees. These are fees that the city charges Waste Management in Harrison basically for the privilege of hauling trash out of our city, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And,
we'll bring up a slide here. We can show what those fees currently are.
All right. Well, from what I gather, the fees are based as a percentage of the annual rate revenues that these two companies collect every year. And in the case of Thousand Oaks, it's a revenue stream of about a little over $2 million a year. Correct?
It is. It's. You can look here. It's about $2.5 million if you include the landfill fees.
Oh, okay.
But,
all right.
but
2.5 million. So it's a significant revenue stream for the city, isn't it? Yes?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And as I understand from the reading, we are a little bit below the median as far as the franchise fees. And if we were to go to the median, which is 14%, right now we're charging about 12 of the rate revenues, it would be another extra $400,000 a year, correct?
If we added 2%, you're looking at about an additional $320,000 per year. I think we show this on this slide.
Okay.
Here.
All right.
Yeah.
320.
Yeah, 320,000 additional.
Did this come up in the renegotiation process in mid-2012, this franchise fee issue?
It did not.
Did not. Okay. Second question about the franchise fees. If they're based on a percentage of the annual rate revenue that these companies collect, and the annual rate revenue drops, then our franchise fees drop along with it, correct?
That is also correct.
So if we were to negotiate lower fees, ultimately we would get a lower franchise fee as our reward, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we figure for about every 5% reduction in the rates, that's about almost $100,000 annually in less revenue to the city.
To the city, right. Did this issue come up and get discussed in the renegotiation process in mid-2012?
No.
Okay. That's what I want to know. I think I don't know where we're going to go with this tonight, but I think that's an issue that does need to be discussed. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Any additional questions of staff? Mrs. Irwin?
I wanted to know if any other haulers have the ability to recycle green waste in the county.
There's 3 haulers that I'm aware of in the county, Waste Management and Harrison, which serve us, and they serve other communities, and Crown Disposal also, and all of them are recycling green waste one way or another.
So how is, let's say, Crown is serving Santa Paula right now, are they recycling green waste in the county?
I'm not certain of that. I believe that that could be a question asked of representatives from Crown later. They may be taking some of that to their Kern County facility in Lamont. They also may be doing some of that at the Tolan landfill. So I'm not certain about that.
But Agraman has a partnership with Harrison and Waste Management?
Yes, certainly they do.
And do they have partnerships with any other haulers?
I believe so, because there are other haulers that, for instance, in the city, we have about a dozen different haulers that can do the roll-off bin service, and those certainly can be filled up with green waste, and I believe those can be ultimately recycled at Agraman. That's a good question to remember for Bill Camarillo if he happens to speak from Agraman later.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Fox.
I think we'll probably get some more information when we hear from the haulers. My question is, do we have any data regarding Waste Management having a franchise agreement with a municipal government and going through the RFP and then being awarded the contract again?
Lath, do you know?
Yeah, they recently went through an RFP process in Manhattan Beach where they were the incumbent, and they retained that contract, and they were not the low-priced proposal in that process.
Could you say that again, the last part?
They were not the low-priced proposal in that process, and they retained the contract.
Okay. And is there any way to know that a low-price proposal was that lower than what they were doing business for prior to the RFP?
It was substantially lower than the waste management proposal. I don't have the numbers with me of what the exact amount that the unsuccessful proposer did, but I know that...
No. My mistake. So Waste Management is doing business with Manhattan Beach. They have a franchise agreement.
That's correct.
Manhattan Beach for, by the way, how long were they in contract with Manhattan Beach?
The prior contract, I believe, was at least 7 years.
Was it 7 years, or was it just... I'd like to know how long they were doing business with Manhattan Beach.
Let me look it up. I believe I have it. Waste Management had won that contract originally in 2002. I don't know if they had it even before that. That was for a 7-year term, and they had some extension options. Then in 2011, they retained it at higher cost. The rates actually went up in that contracting process.
Okay, so the rates actually went up after the RFP process.
That's correct.
All right. But again, just to be clear, Waste Management went through an RFP process with a Manhattan Beach. By the way, what's the population of Manhattan Beach?
I don't have that at my fingertips.
Maybe somebody from staff could find out. Just curious.
It would be in the tens of thousands.
Right. It's not very big.
It's 35,391.
Okay. So they had the existing contract. They went through an RFP. They were not the low bid, but Manhattan Beach went ahead and re-awarded the contract to Waste Management, and it was at a higher cost.
That's correct.
All right.
I believe roughly 12%.
What's that?
It's roughly 12% higher.
Whoa. That's a pretty good fact. All right. Do you have any history where that has occurred in other cities? So let me just ask you a question. One would argue that when you issue the RFP, you are now creating competition. Competition drives basically price in part. So can you explain why, even though they went through a competitive bidding process, they ended up paying 12% more?
In that particular city, the city had first tried to renegotiate with Waste Management. The council then rejected that deal because it involved a sizable rate increase, and I don't believe the council members felt they could increase the rates substantially without having gone through a competitive process. So then they did go through a competitive process, and even though there were companies that proposed substantially lower cost, they elected to stay with Waste Management at the higher cost. And the proposed competitive rates actually ended up being roughly similar to what had been negotiated in that instance.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions? No? Okay, I do have a question. So, wanted to follow up on the franchise agreement. We are on the low side, 12% regarding franchise agreement. The median is 14%. And just to reconfirm, you did not, or the issue was not brought up in renegotiating the contract to bring it up to 14%?
That's correct, Madam Mayor. That was not one of the items that we negotiated prior to the June 12th meeting last year.
Which is not to say that it could be brought up in the next round, whatever that round may be.
That is absolutely correct. That is an area that we could renegotiate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We do have many speakers, not only from Thousand Oaks, but as far away as Ojai and Fillmore. And I will start calling you 3 at a time. If you could just walk up to the podium and the other 2 line up behind you, we would probably then move all the speakers a little bit more quickly. First speaker is, first of all, I think, Madam Clerk, do you need to announce the minutes, or?
No,
You
it'll
already
be
did that?
3 minutes each.
Okay. All right. First one is Mike Smith with Waste Management, followed by Steve Lee and Mark Jacobson. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mike Smith. I'm the Director of Operations for Waste Management office in Simi Valley. I'd like to start off by thanking the staff for a very detailed report. A lot of work went into this, and we appreciate all of the details that they provided to you this evening. Although a little bit of this may be redundant, I just want to hit a few highlights of the staff report this evening. As you're aware from last year's discussions, the haulers, Newberry Disposal, and Waste Management, we did agree to pay for and fund the rate study done by HF&H, $50,000 to collect the data that's been provided to you this evening. Some of the findings were already mentioned this evening, but I just want to touch base on them, that it says existing rates are in line with other cities. I think that's quite important. And the fact that the city's rates are in the middle range of the nearby cities compared to the low cities which have negotiated agreements. Just a couple more highlights I'd like to point out. It talks about that the rate study analyzes rates, which is one factor out of many that would be used in evaluating contracting agreements with potential haulers through an RFP process. And the ones listed off in here are performance, customer service, regulatory compliance and environmental record, environmental stewardship, management of waste and recyclables locally, and community commitment and partnership. I could proudly say in my 38 years with the company, we've accomplished a great relationship with this community, and we've already accomplished all of what any requirements of this city would be with respect to the items mentioned in the staff report. I also like to say that another item in the report says that the solid waste collectors also are expected to work in partnership with staff in meeting city's goal to retain its role and reputation as a leader in protecting the environment and preserving the limited natural resources, and maintain a strong local employment base geared towards retaining high-quality businesses. I'm going to shorten this up a little bit now, and I'm going to say that Waste Management has made a significant investment in Ventura County. We've just recently, over the last 2 years, got our Simi Valley landfill approved for 70 additional years, with Ventura County as a priority for disposal options. We have 100 alternative fuel trucks, CNG and LNG, that run in the county. We've been 20-year partners with Agriman at the Simi Valley landfill for green waste, C&D, and food waste processing. We have over 200 employees living and working in Ventura County, and Waste Management has always been a good community partner and always negotiated in good faith. We would respectfully ask your City Council to extend the contract and give us the opportunity to work with staff to renegotiate the existing agreement to achieve additional cost savings to the city, its residents, and businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next speaker is Steve Lee, followed by Mark Jacobson, and you can actually have a seat in the front row. You don't have to stand and wait for the next speaker. Steve Lee and Mark Jacobson. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Steve Lee. I am a lifetime resident of Ventura County and a 15-year resident of the city of Thousand Oaks in Newberry Park. Along with my wife and 3 sons that were born and raised in the city of Thousand Oaks, we have made this community our home. I stand here today with multiple hats as a resident, a community volunteer, and work for a company that provides exceptional service within our wonderful city. You may have noticed I've had the pleasure of working for Waste Management for the last 16 years, and along with our team I have made personal commitment to bring the highest quality service to the residents of businesses of Thousand Oaks. We strive to always be professional, safe, respectful to the customers we serve. Waste Management has been a proud community partner with the City of Thousand Oaks for more than 40 years. I have personally participated in numerous events in the community, such as Amgen Bike Tour, Touch a Truck, and the last 15 annual city cleanup events. We look forward to continuing this partnership and working with the city for many years to come. My family and I think it is very important to support our local businesses. We build these relationships with our local businesses because we are invested in our community and want our businesses to succeed. We strengthen our relationships by building trust, loyalty, and respect. With 3 growing boys, we spend a lot of time at numerous grocery stores, parks, restaurants throughout the city. Almost always including food. With more than 40 years of partnership between Waste Management and the City of Thousand Oaks, we hope our customers know that we are committed to this community, and they also have the same sense of trust, loyalty, and respect with our services. As I share with many of our customers, we really want to be an invisible service provider. Our goal is to provide the highest quality service in the industry as stealth as possible. Very challenging with the size of our collection vehicles at times. Our staff has a good working relationship with the city staff, and they count on us at any time. We are available at any time of day to ensure our residents and businesses' needs are met. If you were to check some of the cell phones in this room, you would definitely find a direct contact to me or other Waste Management employees that are available at any time if needed. Partnerships such as this is not promised or purchased. They are built and strengthened through a mutual commitment to serve. I want to share a quote with you I came across yesterday, which was Earth Day. The author is unknown, but the quote is from a Native American proverb. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Mark Jacobson, followed by Scott McFarlane and Jim Tokatlian. I apologize in advance. Okay, Tokatlian.
Good evening. My name is Mark Jacobson, and I am a resident of Thousand Oaks as of yesterday. Pretty happy about that. I'm facilities director of a large organization here in Thousand Oaks, but I'm here as a private individual and not representing my employer. It was mentioned on 3 of the slides that were presented. There were a number of aspects of service that need to be considered in the contract renewal or the contract letting. I've had experience with 3 of those with Waste Management. One was service, cost, and commitment. I've been extremely impressed with the service that they've given our organization and their commitment as far as support in Earth Day, educational opportunities, also opportunities that have allowed us to make greater advantage or take greater advantage of recyclables, green waste, that type of thing, metal recapturing. And then cost, we've been very happy with our contract cost with Waste Management. In fact, a little over a year ago, we renegotiated our contract with them and are saving $30,000 a year over the next, well, actually now 2 more years. So I've been very happy with them, and I would encourage that the council would consider all those and potentially renegotiating or re-upping their contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott McFarlane, followed by Jim Tokatlian and Rick Vartanian.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Scott McFarlane. I'm Director of Engineering for the Hyatt Hotel in Westlake Village. And I'd like to talk a little bit about our partnership with...
And your residence is Moore Park, right?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. I grew up in Thousand Oaks, recently moved to Moore Park 8 years ago. Our relationship, business relationship with Waste Management has been excellent. The service, we have no complaints. As Steve Lee said, I personally have his cell phone and my cell phone, and they've always been there, whether we were doing our everyday waste needs or renovations that we do periodically. But what I'd like to point out to you is a program that we've put in place in the last year that we're very proud of, that we partnered with Waste Management to achieve. And as you can imagine, as we all know, it's very difficult to make a profit in business, so we all look to cut costs wherever we can. And as you can imagine, being a hotel that does banquets, and we generate a lot of wet food waste. And prior to a year ago, we were depositing that in our compactor, which was pulled about twice a month to the dump. And with a program that we've worked with Waste Management, we now divert that wet food from our waste that goes into the compactor, and we collect it, they come by and collect it in separate receptacles once a week. So that does quite a few things for us. We keep that truck off. We've gone from 2 pulls a month to about one and a half every 2 months. So we're saving a tremendous amount of money because we spend about over $800 every time they pull that compactor. We keep that truck off the road that would be normally burning fuel. The green waste that normally would have gone into the landfill now goes to a site where they turn it into compost and gets reused in the community. And after the cost of factoring in the cost of taking away the green waste, we've seen a reduction of 25% in our waste hauling cost over the past fiscal year. We started it a year ago this month. So it's been a real success for us, and I think for the community, for composting and keeping that out of our waste stream. So
thank you. Thank you.
We could not have accomplished that without the partnership of Waste Management. So
thank you.
I want to thank you.
All right. Jim Tokatlian, followed by Rick Vartanian and Bill Solima.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, and city attorney, and all those who are present here. My name is Jim Tokatlian, and I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 24 years. I have enjoyed living in Thousand Oaks, and I'm proud to be part of this community. I've raised my family here. I am very proud of our city council members, past and present, who have taken care of the city so that I'm able to raise my family and my children in this wonderful city. I'm here because I've enjoyed partly, one of the things that we've enjoyed in this city is the superb service that Waste Management has provided my family and I throughout the years. I've never even remember that I've ever had a problem or an issue with them. And if ever that comes up, I'm confident they will take care of it. I personally am very knowledgeable with Waste Management and Mr. Smith. And I'm involved in the city of Simi Valley as well, through the community over there, where I see them so much involved in giving to the community and providing support to a lot of various projects and other events. So for that, I'm confident that the City Council will vote to authorize staff to renegotiate the existing agreement as recommended by staff. I believe what I heard tonight from everyone here made me feel that this is the right direction to go, and that is my recommendation personally. if that counts for anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rick Vartanian, followed by Bill Salima and Roy Kahn.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Rick Vartanian. I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for over 20 years, and I feel extremely comfortable with waste management, with their exceptional and superb service they provide, being on time and on schedule year after year, all year long, to a point where my wife once compared them to a Rolex watch that you don't want to lose. And also for the strong commitment in the community service events, to numerous ones. To name a few, the 4th of July event, the Meal on the Wheel event, the annual Arbor Earth Day event, they are strongly there, servicing the community. And I would be really grateful for the City Council to authorize staff to renegotiate the existing agreement, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Salima, followed by Roy Kahn and Bill Barrett.
Thank you very much for allowing me to get up and speak. I'm just a satisfied customer with Waste
For the
Management
record,
Company.
could you just state your name and address?
Bill Salima, 2072 Hyssop Court. I'm a satisfied customer of Waste Management, and I'm somewhat familiar with their involvement in the community, and I think they've been very good in that respect. My experience prior to moving to Thousand Oaks 15 years ago, I was a Parks and Human Services Commissioner in the city of Culver City. And anytime I was in the situation personally to make recommendations to City Council, I always went with, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Sometimes it needs a little oil, and the oil might be negotiating, but they seem to be a very good company. I have no complaints. They've always been very good with me and my neighbors. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roy Kahn, followed by Bill Barrett and Doug Corcoran. And if you just, for the record, state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, my name is Roy Kahn. I'm owner of Roy's Towing in Thousand Oaks. I was born and raised in Thousand Oaks. And I thank you for the opportunity to let me tell you how satisfied I am with Waste Management, because Waste Management is the kind of company that when I was little, I would come out to the street to see the truck, and they would actually stop so the little kid could see the truck. They've always emptied my trash. I've never had any complaints, and they've always been there for me when I was there. I would hate to see this thing to go to a bid where another company comes in that's not used to doing trucking business maybe, or doing business in the city of Thousand Oaks, and the prices start off low, and then they creep up and they creep up and they creep up. It's kind of like the telephone and the cable company and the water now that we go into Tier 3. That's what I'm afraid of. So I'd like to see the contract continue with Waste Management so that they can continue to do the service that they do in the city of Thousand Oaks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy's Towing. Bill Barrett, followed by Doug Corcoran and Brian Duffy.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and City Attorney. My name is Bill Barrett. I'm a lifelong resident of Ventura County in the Ojai Valley. I'm the current president of Venco Power Sweeping, and we are your subcontractor and street sweeping company in your city. We work closely with Waste Management and E.J. Harrison in Thousand Oaks and many other cities. Clean streets lead to clean waterways and a safe and beautiful environment. I'm here tonight to publicly state our support in continuing the strong working relationship you have with these companies in your city. We have hardworking, loyal, local employees, which add much to our communities. Companies like ours are the backbone to your cities. Please continue to renegotiate with these great people and companies. And unrelated to this, I'd just like to add my comments to earlier council activities. My compliments to Boy Scout Troop 754 and the library. Our book club very much enjoyed the book, The Art of Fielding. And I was also very impressed with the mention of Bill taking piano lessons at age 82. There's hope for us yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Corcoran, followed by Brian Duffy and Jill Lederer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and City Council, staff as well. My name is Doug Corcoran. I work for Waste Management. I'm a Thousand Oaks resident. I actually have a little information. I can shed some light on the Manhattan Beach questions that Councilman Fox had. And I can tell you we were servicing Manhattan Beach for between 20 and 30 years before that contract went to RFP. When the RFP was announced, it led really to an extreme anxiety within the community about losing the relationship with the hauler that they'd had all those years, and perhaps even more specifically with the drivers that they had come to know, and many of them had grown up with, saw them when they were kids, and now their kids were seeing the drivers come out there. You've got a similar situation here in Thousand Oaks. This, in turn, led to just an absolutely phenomenal groundswell of support from the community as we got closer to the city council meeting that where they finally decided which hauler they were going to choose. It completely packed the city council. There was standing room only outside in the lobby, outside the lobby into the patio outside of City Hall. I mean, it was absolutely amazing. And one of the council people after it said to me, I don't even know why we went through all of this and put everybody through this thing. So I would ask that council tonight approve staff's recommendation and get us all back to the table and let us come back with an outstanding contract for you for the future. Thank you very much.
I guess they loved you so much in Manhattan Beach they were willing to pay more.
Yeah, that's right.
All right. But that may not be the case in Thousand Oaks. Brian Duffy, followed by Jill Lederer with the Chamber of Commerce, and Carol of Simi Valley.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Brian Duffy, and I've been a resident of Thousand Oaks for 10 years now. I'm here tonight to voice my support for Waste Management, both as a residential recipient of their services, but also as a worker in a local business that has been serviced by them for the last 7 years. We greatly appreciate their service, their cooperation, and the commitment that they've had to our business, especially in helping us with efforts to become more green, recycling, and in composting the food products and all that. We've made a big difference for us. So I look forward to you giving them every opportunity, and we look forward to working with them. All right, thank you.
And I see you're my neighbor. Okay. Jill Lederer, followed by Carol of Simi Valley and Charles Cohen.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Bill de la Pena, council members, and city staff. I'm Jill Lederer, CEO, Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, 600 Hampshire Road, Thousand Oaks. I'm happy to be here tonight to speak in support of Waste Management and their long partnership with the city and the business community. We're delighted that the city in the past has chosen to provide us with this outstanding corporate citizen to do business with, and that your very thorough staff report recommends that you do so again going forward. Waste Management has a well-earned reputation for achieving the highest standards of professionalism and service. In addition, they've made themselves an integral part of our community by supporting many nonprofits and the backbone of our community, our schools. When the Chamber earned our Certified Green Business designation from the city last year, Waste Management came out with city staff and made cost-effective suggestions as to how we could be greener without spending more money. And just a side note here, the Chamber highly encourages other businesses in the city to consider being certified by the city as a green business and take advantage of very useful information. It's a lot simpler than one might think. In closing, on behalf of Board Chair Kristen Davis of Amgen, the Board of Directors, and 1,200 members of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce, we thank the city so much for continually setting the bar high for the city vendors. In waste management, we believe you have again chosen very well.
Thank you. Carol of Simi Valley, followed by Charles Cohen and Robert Dempster. I'm sorry, I could not make out your last name.
I apologize. I am Carol Sarian from Simi Valley. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I am here on behalf of Crown Disposal, and we are supporting alternative recommendation number 2. As you know, the solid waste contracts have never gone out to bid, yet you are being asked to grant extensions in 2012 that would not allow for any competitive bidding process until at least 2018 for your commercial contract and 2021 for your residential contracts. I believe it is time for you to rein in some control over these long ago executed contracts and allow them to expire in 2015 and 2018. This gives you the freedom and flexibility to look at these contracts in a new light. I would like to highlight 3 quick points from the report prepared by HF&H. Cities that contract through a competitive bidding process have lower prices and more expansive services. There is no incentive for existing haulers to provide emerging, innovative services such as food waste recycling. There is significant savings that can be realized in both commercial and residential rates. This is simply the good government thing to do, the absolute norm for solid waste contracts. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, Charles Cohen, followed by Robert Dempster and Bill Camarillo.
Good evening. I'm Chuck Cohen, soon to be of Thousand Oaks again this weekend. And I've had a little experience with this industry, and I see one of my good friends, Mr. Sahagian, sitting here. I used to work for him as counsel. And so I do have a couple of remarks for you, and I'm pleased that Karen spoke before me so that I'm not the first person to break the chain. This intrepid array of supporters for waste management. Obviously good people, and we are not here to criticize either Waste Management or Harrison. We know they do a good job. What we're here to do is really to state that from a public policy standpoint, the fact that these contracts have not gone out for public inspection, public competition since 1994, and if this extension is granted, that will mean that we will be passing through a period of some 24 years with regard to residential contracts and 21 years in the commercial area, which frankly seems like it's a long time between having an opportunity on the part of the city to review what else is out there in the marketplace. And that's all that's being requested. We are not suggesting that you terminate these haulers. They would not, that is not part of our message. The point that we're making is simply that in order for the city and its residents and its businesses to have the most open and best opportunity to determine what might be available in the marketplace is to open up this process with no guarantee that our client, which is Crown, will have any special right with respect to your final decision. your final decision will be based upon the evidence and upon your findings as to what is appropriate at that time. But at least it will be a final decision that has more, if not all, of the facts in order to operate with. A couple of quick remarks. First of all, Mr. Tim Fry, who's the son of the founder and owner of Crown, is a Thousand Oaks resident. And a comment by Councilmember Adam about if you reduce your rates, would you then reduce the city's revenue? My response to that is not necessarily. You could increase the city's percentage, even though there may be a reduced rate. So you can still provide benefit to the customers and still maintain the level of income that you've anticipated. We're happy to answer further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. And we did raise the issue of the percentage of the franchise fee earlier this evening. Thank you. Next speaker, Robert Dempster, followed by Bill Camarillo and Mr. Frazier.
Thank you, Mayor, Councilman. I guess first off, I have to commend you that you probably go through this, twice a month? And I also, out of deference, I was talking to Mark, I said, us old guys, you need a Jumbotron back there so that we can see the slides. They're a little bit hidden. Or they're too small for us tired guys, old guys. I'm Robert Dempster. I have not been a lifelong member, but a resident of this area, but for 25 years. I am the president of the Rotary Club of Thousand Oaks Sunrise. There are 5 Rotary clubs in the Conejo Valley, which total somewhere around 300. We wish it was 500. About 300. Very active, civic-minded men and women. And we periodically get together, the clubs, and do some things together. And recently, we had what we call a vocational recognition dinner, where we nominate and honor businesses, civic leaders, and elected officials. And just recently, we were pleased to honor and recognize Harrison Industries for their commitment to this community. This award is not based on how well they haul trash, but on what they give back to the community, the ethical standards that they operate. And so I would just like to make a comment, and missing from the slides, you can't put a dollar value, and we heard this from about waste management as well, what these organizations give back to the community. If you could put dollars on that, it's like no matter what you negotiate, you're going to get some of it back. Everyone in this community gets it back. I've got a list here of over 100 organizations. It's not just Rotary, it's YMCA, Kiwanis, the Cancer Society, Boys and Girls Clubs, Boy Scouts of America, the Sheriff's Department, the Ventura Fire Department, school programs. The list goes on and on and on. And I think that's the intangible that I think you have to recognize that these organizations bring. And when I look at Harrison Industries, it's not some faceless thing. Harrison Industries is Jim Harrison, it's Ralph Harrison, it's Myron Harrison. They're your neighbors. They are local people. They've been in business in this community for 80 years. And there are another generation behind them. So you're talking about your friends and your neighbors and what they give back. And I have a red light, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dempster. Next speaker, Bill Camarillo, followed by Mr. Frazier of Camarillo and Steve Matson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members and staff. My name is Bill Camarillo, and I'm from Camarillo, and I'm the CEO of Agromin, which is your organics recycler or composter. Agromin's been in the business for 40 years of managing organic waste into soil products, and today we make over 200 different types of eco-friendly soil products from the organic waste stream. And I'm here to talk to you about Agerman and the Harrison and Waste Management's commitment to teamwork to service not only the city of Thousand Oaks, but all 10 cities in Ventura County and the county unincorporated areas, because whether you believe it or not, the climate is changing. It's changing economically, environmentally, and socially, and it takes teamwork in order to try and achieve a sustainable solution for the communities that we live in. You'll be happy to know that the city of Thousand Oaks is one of the top most progressive cities in Ventura County, along with Simi Valley and Camarillo and Ventura and all the remaining cities, and being at the top of the list for diversion and recycling and being conscientious of their environmental carbon footprint. I'm here to talk to you about the future. Agerman is growing very rapidly. We not only service Ventura County, but other counties within California, and we provide products nationwide in the Home Depots and Tractor Supplies and a lot of retailers. Our products end up in a lot of high-profile projects like the Getty Center and Disneyland and Anaheim Stadium, and those all come from the waste stream created here locally. We create a lot of jobs. Our company employs about 125 people, and we need the city's commitment for the future. AB 39, AB 32, AB 341, a new pending bill, AB 323, to get organics out of landfills, cannot happen without infrastructure. We have invested millions of dollars in new technology to convert organic waste into energy. That's happening today. In order to convert organic waste into energy, we need time. We need to have commitments from the cities for their waste stream flows, as well as long-term contracts to be able to pay for these very expensive energy plants so that we can be good stewards of the environment and save money. So it's a transition period. 2020 is around the corner. All of these things are sunsetting, and we need your participation. So tonight I'm asking for you to continue renegotiations with Waste Management and Harrison, who have proved to be great team players along with Agerman in Ventura County, the only county that manages all of its waste streams within the county, I can assure you. Thank you.
Mr. Frazier of Camarillo, followed by Steve Mattson and James Harrison. And if you could just, if the following speakers could just have a seat in the front row. Mr. Mattson and Mr. Harrison. Thank you. All right. Mr. Frazier is first. Is he here? It says Martel Frazier, Camarillo, representing the union. No. Okay. Steve Mattson, followed by James Harrison and Nan Drake.
Good evening. My name's Steve Madsen. I live in Thousand Oaks. I've been a resident, I guess, since camels roamed the boulevard, so for a while. I take a little different slant here. Having seen the presentation, I enjoyed the pie chart because we talked mostly about dollars and cents, but the pie chart really broke it down into, I don't remember the other categories, but those ethereal things that are hard to put a price on. And I see this as kind of a twofold thing. I work for a bank and work very closely with the Harrisons, and I see things like new trash trucks that cost $300,000 to put on the street, and I pay about $58 every 2 months to make the stuff disappear once a week at the curb. When you understand that level of infrastructure, the new CNG and LNG trucks that are much cleaner and more efficient, you see the fueling stations that are behind the scenes to make those trucks actually roll every day. And I know Ralph manages, I think, 150 trucks a day just for the Harrison operation. That's not all in Thousand Oaks, Newbury Park. It's Ventura County wide. But it's a huge parking lot that has to move every morning. And those trucks have to be fueled and serviced and be put on the road. And there are 150 guys driving those things and probably another 150 taking care of them. It's a huge commitment, and the bank, in financing those kind of things, likes to see certainty, I guess, in cash flow. We don't finance trucks. We finance the cash flows that they produce, that $58 every month that I throw in the in the pot buys my little piece of that truck. And I thought was that in enjoying that consistency as a banker, being able to provide the most modern equipment through the Harrisons, that renewing these contracts is an important way to do business. The Harrisons need to see, and Waste Management needs to see, that consistency of future cash flow so they can afford to continue to commit to modern technology. There are digesters they're installing now for millions of dollars to take the wet waste out of the garbage stream. The green waste that Bill talks about, 10 years ago, that stuff all went to the Simi landfill. And through the efforts of the Harrison and the technology, I think they divert more than 70% right now. And so I would encourage you, when this issue comes up, to continue to renegotiate these contracts. I think that's probably the most efficient way to do this in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, James Harrison, followed by Nan Drake and Jose Rangel.
Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Jim Harrison. Today I'm representing my brothers, Ralph and Myron. Together we own Newberry Disposal Company, and they're both here in the audience. We were all born in Ventura County and raised by great parents who started the company 81 years ago. We are proud of what the company has become because of our parents' guidance and their belief in hard work and treating others with respect and importance in giving back to community. We continue to work hard at this every day. In our company, service is everything. We have always been way ahead of all important issues, such as AB 939, the waste reduction bill, the AB 341, the commercial mandatory recycling bill, and AB 32, the climate bill. We built one of the first recycling centers in all of California in 1990. This company has become a very, very successful company, continues to add items to the curbside recycling here in Thousand Oaks, and we just recently added cartons to the recycling items. Our truck fleet was one of the first in California to be in compliance with California Tough Clean Air standards. We built a natural gas fuel station and continue to add natural gas trucks to our fleet. All cities that we contract with have met or surpassed 939 50% reduction requirements. Our goal now is to reach 75%. Thousand Oaks is currently at 71% recycling. The way we collect green waste is futuristic. Billy mentioned that a minute ago. The way we process green waste is futuristic. It's the way it'll be done in the future. We have spent millions of dollars building infrastructure to make sure that all of our cities can comply with future requirements. Today we provide basically complaint-free service while complying with all laws and all regulations. Thousand Oaks is one of the greenest, most progressive cities in California, and we want to make sure it stays that way. We have hundreds of courteous, well-trained, long-term employees. We also have thousands of caring customers and who want to do the right thing. We have always known that success requires partnerships. As also we know that ultimately the changes in the customers in our cities. We work for you and respond to you, the city, our customers. No is not a word that we use. If the city needs something, we'll always discuss it and talk about it. We have many partnerships with Agerman and Gold Coast Recycling, which has helped us be great stewards of the environment. We are fully in support of the staff's recommendation to continue to negotiate with the current haulers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. And just as a reminder for the next speakers to state your name and city of residence, Nan Drake, followed by Jose Rangel and Evan Edgar.
Nan Drake, I live in the city of Ventura. I have been involved in the trash business. Prior to being an employee, I owned my own company, Nan Drake and Associates. I sat on the Ventura City Council in the middle 80s and got involved in trash, and I haven't left it since then. The governor sent me to California, and I was a member of the waste board there. The Ventura system, and I say every city when I say the system, and the county have worked together since the early 80s to try to figure out how we could have the best system. We have it. And it's because tons talk. LA's in trouble. When the Puente landfill closes, they're not going to have a home for their green waste. We have all the infrastructure necessary to continue a long-range recycle program that's going to bring nothing but benefits to Thousand Oaks, to its neighboring cities, to the county of Ventura. I think if you have something that works so well, why would you take a chance and throw it away with an unknown? The recycling rates in this county, bar none, are the best in the state of California. And I think that that alone is enough to say thank you to the companies that serve you. But the future is looming. You know, 2018 isn't too far away from 2020, and that is the sunset of AB 32. So we need to work fast, work hard, and work together to make sure that food waste happens. We have a pilot program. We're already doing several businesses, some large institutions. The 2 jails in the county are in the food waste program. So I don't think we have time to wait around and do an RFP. I think we need to put everybody's foot to the, or pedal to the metal, and it's your job to make sure that people do the right thing. Before I quit, I would like to have all the Harrison employees stand up. All of our drivers are here that service your residents. We want to stand up? Come on, guys, stand up. Darren Harrison is here, also the supervisor of Thousand Oaks, and we also have all of the family members of Jim, Myron, and Ralph. If all the Harrisons want to stand, come on. We love this community. We want to stay here. We want to work for you. We understand you're our bosses. We want to get busy, and we want to get food waste, and we want to get you to 80%. Let's not fool around with 75.
Thank you. We have Jose Rangel, followed by Evan Edgar, Tom Cohen, and Nick Kidwai.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the City Council, and most distinguished guests. My name is Jose Rangel, and I live in Fillmore. I used to live in Bakersfield for a while, and I was driving all the way to Ventura to work for Harrison, because it's a great company. And my reason that I'm here is to let you know I am the HR director, and I represent the employees of Harrison. And I want to share some information about employees, because I think great employees make great companies. And you can see in the level of service here in Thousand Oaks and in the other cities. They are dedicated to provide service that our customers expect and deserve. Well-trained, highly skilled in all aspects of their jobs. Very safety conscientious and concerned about public safety. They are long-term employees. I was thinking that they are like in a Japanese company. When they come, they stay there forever. They don't want to go. They don't want to go anyplace because the Harrisons treat them with respect and dignity. And that's what shows in the community. When they go out to serve your streets and your customers, that shows, because excellent employees create excellent businesses. And that's what Harrison has done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rangel. Evan Edgar of Sacramento, Tom Cohen, and Nick Kidwai.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Evan Edgar. I'm an engineer for the California Compost Coalition. I've been in Sacramento at 1822 21st Street for the last 23 years. I was in Sacramento when AB 939 was signed with John Brooks. We were colleagues on different policy. I had to implement 939. I've been there representing 100 different haulers, 15 compost facilities, and 50 MRFs, and implementing greenhouse gas laws and implementing AB 341, and been working on the Chesbro bill with regards to how to phase out green waste from landfills that don't use it for ADC anymore. So I'm here today to support your recommendation. It is a norm among the hauling community to renegotiate. I represent over 100 haulers statewide and go around on behalf of the haulers to make sure that when a good thing happens, it's here to stay. I calculate the recycling rate on behalf of different haulers, and we got to 71%, and we got it by doing good programs, good food waste programs, good infrastructure, and it's built on a really good platform. Ventura's at 74%, and Simi Valley's at 73%, and those are 2001 numbers, and the state mandate is state goal is get to 75% by 2020. You're almost already there. The Harrisons are part of the climate registry. They are certified carbon footprint in order to manage their carbon and how to phase in LNG and CNG to reduce our carbon over time. So to get there, it takes a good renegotiation. I've worked with Laith for the last 15 years here and there. On page 3 of Laith's report, he did compare the renegotiation, the RFP rates, but he didn't talk about the landfill diversion rate. And what is really critical, if you look at the LA cities down in Lawndale, they saved 28% by going RFP, but the recycling rate's in the 50s. They're not doing the same type of recycling, they're going backwards. In Santa Clarita, they RFP'd, the recycling rate's in the 60s. So when you go to RFP, sometimes people get down and get dirty. They go cheap landfill disposal rates. They don't do the technology. They don't have the right permits. But in this case, we have the right permits. We have the right technology. We're looking at AB 32 in the future by doing anaerobic digestion in order to make some biogas up next to Limonera Ranch. We have a proposed energy park in which we take the gas from the food waste and green waste, it'd be carbon negative, and we make a carbon negative fleet to really help your climate action plans in the future. So I'm here today to support the norm of renegotiation in order to get to 75% beyond by using these new technologies that the Harrisons are committed to, and work at Simi Valley with Mike Smith. They're committed up there as well to do more on Energy Park and do carbon negative fleets. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Cohen and Nick Kidwai will be our last speaker.
Good evening, council members. Tom Cohen. I'm a resident here of Thousand Oaks, and I'm here on behalf of Crown Disposal. And we ask that you approve alternative recommendation number 2. We submitted a letter, albeit very late. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to review it, but we want to make sure that that's made a part of the administrative record. Good government demands that we look at all available options, and we know what the current haulers can do. The community has indicated its satisfaction, and we would agree that there are fine businesses and have served our community well. But these contracts have been in exclusive hands since 1994, and we don't believe there's been an open bid process since the 1970s. To not look at these contracts in the open bid process is a disservice to the residents and the businesses. It may be that the current haulers deliver the best proposal, and we would be satisfied with that so long as the process is open and fair. You heard about the Manhattan Beach experience, and I think that's a testament to how the process can work. Another point, HH&F has done a rate comparison study. This is good, but it's not all about the rates. It's the other things. It's the diversion of waste from the landfills, the environmental programs, service, responsiveness, cleanliness, meeting regulatory requirements and community involvement. And you city council members have a responsibility to do what's best for our community. Doing your due diligence demands opening the bid process. The rate study, as I said, is one component of your due diligence, and the haulers who bid will have to provide a lot of data that's not readily available to HH&F. This applies the pressure to do more, maybe for less, for the residents and the businesses. RFPs are the industry standard. There's a reason for it. Competition better serves our residents and our businesses, and good government demands it. I'd like to ask the consultant to speak to the transition of services concern that was raised by staff. Also, the advantages noted by staff to extend the contracts are good ones, but you are the guardians to make sure we keep the good and make it better. You can ensure that through an open bid process. You don't have to give up any of the things you value, the composting, the recycling of food waste, the mixed waste. And to answer another question posed by Councilwoman Jackie Irwin, Crown is in the process of acquiring a city property where Crown will be doing green waste processing on-site and food waste processing through an anaerobic digester. And that'll all happen in Santa Paula. Thank you, and I'm available to respond to questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Last speaker is Nick Kidwai.
Nick Kidwai, Director Concerned Citizen of Thousand Oaks, Honorable Mayor, Council. This one before you is a tough one, so I'm glad that you have to vote on it. I have serviced almost all haulers in the 90s in Southern California. And I would like to wish Mrs. Harrison the best. She's 98, and I hope you have a great 100-year celebration. I'm one of the lucky ones that met Andy Gump in 91. He was in his 90s at that time. But I do have some concerns. FTO TV can show my bill. I'm the only one to bring a bill. That's my latest bill, just came last week. And I did not even realize it. I don't like sneaky things, and I believe it's the city that's responsible. It used to be a quarterly bill. It's gone from quarterly to bi-monthly, and it's about the same amount. So it's a big raise, but hardly anybody notices it. I never noticed it until I looked at it more carefully. That is why it's not 4 times a year. It's 6 times a year. The other thing which the city has been really horrible about is to charge the $2 street cleaning fee and pass it along to Mr. Harrison, and he's passing it along to me. I would like to remind the council that the council member that's talking received a lot of money from Mr. Harrison and company. At the same time, for whatever reason, Waste Management did not contribute much in the last election or in the past. So I don't know if it makes any difference when you make contributions. But I would like to acknowledge Mr. Mike Smith, who I've known for 20 years. He's a local boy, done good. And I don't think the Waste Management people got to stand up. Please stand up and get acknowledged. I mean, we have a really good crowd here. I wish I had brought my camera, but I hope somebody takes that picture. This was quite a unique opportunity. I am still confused about your political green packet because you don't have a packet on Friday, but you had 5 pages from the Harrisons, which is like a press release for the Harrisons. I don't know why it was necessary to do it on Friday when you could have done it today like it is the norm. I also don't understand the attacks on the Fry family. So I'm glad that I'm not sitting there. I would like to make a comment about the $300,000 truck because that's what I was involved in as I sold electrical products in the 90s and in the conversion of the trucks. It basically is replacing 2 hardworking men with machines. So that's what it represents, and I don't know if you want to go back to that, but I'm glad that the transition was made, and I'm glad I'm not going to vote. Leave it to you for the choice.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwai. And does staff have any comments to some of the issues raised by the speakers?
Madam Mayor, we don't have any follow-up comments.
Great. And just for the record, I did forget earlier to mention that we have an ex parte communication in our green packet stating that a council member met with Crown Disposal. All right. Any questions or comments? Mrs. Irwin.
All right, I'm going to go ahead then because we still have a very long evening ahead of us. All things being equal, I think that I would prefer a competitive process, but all things are not equal. As we've heard, we have a very we have a regulatory environment that's demanding compliance by 2020. And I don't think that we can reach those goals if we don't have the partnerships that we already have in the county, and if we don't have, if those partners don't have some certainty in the future. And I think the other thing that's kind of not typical is that if we decide to go out for an RFP process, we could potentially be burdening our residents with $3.4 million in increases over the next few years while we're waiting for the RFP to go through. We've done a study, and the study does show that, in some ways it was kind of a simple RFP. It's not really an RFP, but we're seeing where other cities stand. And basically, it kind of puts the city in the driver's seat right now. You have renegotiated already. You're willing to come back and renegotiate some more. And we do have the ability on up to June 30th to actually say, well, you're not doing a good enough job of renegotiating. We're going to terminate at this point and go out for an RFP. So we have every possibility open to us. I think that the staff came up with a very good suggestion, and certainly it sounds like Waste Management and Harrison have no issue with going for further renegotiation. So I am going to recommend the staff recommendation, direct staff to further negotiate the three-year term extension or cancellation of the contract by June 30th.
So you're saying you're recommending the recommendation number 1 in addition to number 2? Direct staff to agenda as previously negotiated 3-year. Okay, that one. All right. Okay, so
it's number 1, and with number 1, you still have the option, if you don't come to terms, to cancel and go out for RFP. That comes with
That's the
number 1.
original recommendation, yeah, not the alternative recommendation. Thank you. Are there any comments or questions regarding the motion, Mr. Adam?
Well, I do want to thank everyone for turning out tonight. These hearings can be long. My compliments to all 3 companies for being here tonight, especially to the rank and file up there. I'm sure you guys got an early day tomorrow, but thanks for coming down and listening. Yeah, Councilmember Irwin's absolutely right. We're in a very good situation. We're in a situation, the city is, that is, where we have nothing to lose and everything to gain. We can go back to the renegotiation table with our existing haulers, and still, as she said, if we're not satisfied with those negotiations, go to the RFP, the request for proposal, which is what an RFP means, by the way, request for proposal. I mean, I, for one, don't want to see that $3.4 million that we've already negotiated in savings to the consumer lost, which that's what we negotiated back in mid-2012. And I would like to direct the staff in these renegotiations to take a close look at those franchise fees that we discussed, maybe talk about getting us up to the median and how we can, in the event of falling rates to our consumer, which we certainly want to see, how can we prevent our franchise fees from taking a dip as well? I think those would be good renegotiation points. So I will support the motion by Councilmember Irwin, and I think it's ultimately going to end up with us fulfilling our responsibility to the citizens of Thousand Oaks to get the best value possible for from our waste haulers at the best price with the best service.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Mr. Price.
I will, only because going into this last year, I was in favor of having the study done. And as Councilmember Irwin said, all things being equal, it would go out for a bid. But having reviewed and read the report prepared by HF&H, there are so many moving parts here and so many other things to consider that I, quite frankly, had no idea what all was involved. And I read again today the public attitude survey, and I was certainly swayed by the comments in there that it's important to our residents, and they are very satisfied. And I echo those comments. Kudos to all of you who work for the 2 waste haulers now. And so with that, I'm going to certainly support the motion.
Mr. Fox?
I think what may look on the surface as a simple proposition is it's a contract that's existed for 20 plus years. Of course, go out and see what's out there. And I think what you have heard from the council and what you have seen through the staff report is it's not that simple. These are complex issues. Most public policy issues are. And by all accounts, we have a system that works extremely well. I think if we went out to an RFP, we would be taking a gamble. And gambles are not good in public policy. They need to be measured in terms of risk. And I think on balance, when you look at the risk that would be taking and the potential gain, albeit we have heard through our staff that even when you do the RFP, your rates could go up. I think council provided the due diligence from the community standpoint to check in to make sure that our rates are competitive, and that's why we commissioned the consultant to do the study. Level of service has never been an issue. I happen to agree with the public comments made by the representatives of Waste Management. It is a team effort, and their efforts in terms of recycling and in terms of the environmental services they provide really are a model for the state to look at, which has been substantiated in that for 2020, we are essentially almost there at what the state set as a goal. So this is a good service. It is at a competitive price. It would be my expectation that price gets better as we head towards the final rounds of negotiations. But I think if we're going to do an RFP, there needs to be a really legitimate interest in changing operators. And for this council member, I'm not interested in doing that at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. I too will support the motion simply because it is not only the city's job to make sure that we provide good trash service, but that it's also done at a good price. That is the responsibility we have to our taxpayers, and it is my hope that with the motion and the recommendation that Waste Management and Harrison will be able to sharpen its pencils further in order to provide even better service to our residents. Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We will take a quick break to hear a closed session at which the city attorney will announce.
Yes, we have one closed session matter. It's conference with legal counsel on pending litigation in the matter of application of Southern California Edison.
If you could just remain quiet for a minute until the city attorney announces a closed session. Thank you. Mr. Dempster? Thank you.
U33E for a permit to construct electrical facilities with voltages between 50 kV and 200 kV presidential substation project, PUC proceeding number A08-12-023 pursuant to Government Code Section 549-56.9 AC.
Thank you, Mrs. Noonan. Okay, I apologize to the residents who are here, and I see that we have members here of the public wishing to express their opinion on what I would assume is the is item number 10A and 10B. Do we have any other people here wishing to speak on the user fees, which is before that? Okay. Okay, then we will do that. We will take that first then. Thank you. The city attorney has to make an announcement.
Yes, just wanted to report with respect to closed session that there is nothing to report.
Thank you. All right, we will then go in order really quickly with the, well, let me think. Many Mansions is probably not going to take as long as the user fee presentation. So if you are Mr. I'm trying to see. Chuck Burns? Is that you? Okay, if you could bear with us for just a moment. I think we should take the items 10A and B first, since I don't think they will take a lot of time. All right. Madam Clerk.
Are we doing 10A,
10A and 10B, yes.
Okay. Those are department reports, so I don't need to open.
Those are department reports. Thank you. All right. Items 10A and 10B will be heard together, as mentioned earlier in the evening, since they are overlapping, and there will be overlapping discussion between the two. And the first presentation will be made by John Prescott. And I would also like to direct your attention to our supplemental packet for additional information regarding items 10A and 10B. Good evening, Mr. Prescott.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the council. We have two items related to each other. The first is initiation of a general plan amendment for property on the south side of Hillcrest Drive, east of Conejo School Road, and in between Herbs and Conejo School Road. And the Mini Mansions organization has an option to purchase the property and wishes to develop a senior housing project. The first step would be to begin the process to change the general plan designation and and the zoning of the property. And that's the first item. Mini Mansions is also requesting a loan from the city, in the amount of $2 million to help with the pre-development costs and land acquisition. The city does have that funding in our housing trust fund, and also we'll be able to take advantage of a matching grant from the state of California that will offset $1 million of that $2 million loan. And in the event the project does move forward, that loan will be converted to what's called a residual receipts loan and ultimately paid back into the housing trust fund after the project is built and at some time in the future when revenues may be sufficient. So we think it's a good project, and these are the first steps, and we're recommending council initiate the general plan amendment and authorize the concurrent and expedited processing, and also to approve the loan agreement. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Okay, is Mr. Adams going to make a presentation, or are you just here for questions?
I'm actually waiting for the user fee presentation.
Oh. All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Prescott. All right. We do have some public speaker cards, which we do have Russ Watson here, former housing manager, followed by Mel Silberberg is no longer here. And then we just have statement cards. So, Mr. Watson, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Bill LaPena, members of the City Council, Mr. Mitnick, Ms. Newman, and city staff members. My name is Russ Watson, and I reside in Thousand Oaks. It's a pleasure to address you this evening representing the city's Council on Aging Senior Adult Master Plan Housing Implementation Committee. I am the team leader of that committee. Our role is to review and consider options and opportunities to provide additional senior housing within our community for a population demographic that is increasing. I'm here to convey the team support for and ask for your support for the Mini Mansions proposals to develop 80 affordable senior housing units. Mini Mansions made a presentation to our committee as well as the Council on Aging, and that led to the joint letter that you have in your supplemental packet, of which I am a co-signer of. I won't summarize specifically about the project, but I do just want to acknowledge Mini Mansions came to both the Housing Committee as well as the Council on Aging with a open mind, asked for suggestions, and in fact made some changes to their proposal as a result of that input, as well as other community input. This project is important to help you develop your senior master plan. It's important to help with the housing element implementation, and I just ask that you support this project for both items 10A and 10B. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Good to see you again. Any questions of Mr. Watson? None? Okay. All right. Then let's see. We don't have any more speaker cards or anything, so Mrs. Irwin.
You have cards for comments, right?
Statement cards.
Statement, can we call somebody from Many Mansions up for one question?
Sure. Who would like to do that? Mr. Schrader has not filled out a card, but you can do that after the fact. Good evening, Mr. Schrader.
Thank you, members of the City Council. Rick Schrader, President of Many Mansions.
Sorry, I had a very quick question.
Yes.
I see right there that you back up to Ranch Mobile Home Park, and if somehow there could be some synergy there, help those seniors out. Is there any possibility of that?
There certainly is a possibility. I think one of our desires to develop a senior housing project, low-income senior housing project, is looking at the future at other mobile home park conversions and other types of places that seniors currently live. So certainly we'd be looking...
Because the properties are right next to each other, it might work well.
Yeah,
So,
I agree.
Anyway, I just wanted to make sure. But
Excellent idea.
I'm good. I'm done.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Irwin. Mr. Schrader, that would actually be a good idea, whether I know you have a long waiting list, but it might be helpful to find out if any of the residents at Ranch Mobile Home may have an interest in relocating, and perhaps be added to the list.
Absolutely, and we would encourage all residents to get onto our waiting list as soon as possible. So, thank you. Anything?
Any questions of staff? Mr. Irwin?
I was just going to move the recommendation.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll move the staff recommendations for item 10A and 10B.
Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. That is 10A and B. And now we can go to the citywide user fees, and that would be item 9B. And that is a public hearing. And Madam Clerk, please.
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item 8B. Proposed 2013 citywide user fees, fines, penalties, rates, and assessments, police facilities development fee, and road and traffic development impact fees. A speaker card is available for those wishing to address the City Council. At one point, we had 5 speakers for this item, which would allow 5 minutes each.
I'm not quite sure how many residents are left. All right, and this will be presented by Mr. John Adams.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm going to try to go quickly through these slides. A lot of it you have seen from the actual study session public meeting that we had April 9th. Brief history, staff will be available for questions. I'll highlight a few additions to the user fee manual per the last council meeting, and then of course public comment. This is, as a reminder, just part of the 2-year budget process. This was last approved by council April 26, 2011, theater fees in 2012. We did have the public meeting April 9th, and this is more than just a user fee manual. It includes fines and penalties and other rates. It's broken up into different categories specifically related to departments. There's various types of fee types, development related, non-development related, impact fees, and just to note, water, wastewater is not included in tonight's presentation. Just a reminder about full cost recovery policy. I state what the state law is as far as cannot charge fees above what the cost of providing the service. I identify City Council policy as to charge full cost or work towards full cost. And of course, Community Budget Task Force provided a finding back in '99 that reaffirmed this. Here's the fee, or the definition of a user fee. I won't read it, but I want to highlight that it is not a tax, it's not impact, and there are gray areas. The manual consists of 3 areas. One is just the fee detail sheets for each fee. The second section is a comparison of what the proposed fee is versus what the current fee is that was adopted in 2011. And then the third section, which is new, and this goes back to Council's direction at the last public meeting, is a listing of non-compliance fees that may be charged either double or full cost recovery, and I'll talk about that in a second. These are just the quick changes that were made since the study session. We added an additional fee that was overlooked, new council exception, zone clearance, and then more importantly, the addition of non-compliance fees. And this goes back to work being done that's not in compliance or not prior approved. Each department is under full cost recovery, and the proposed adjustments will move us towards full cost recovery. City knows that there are exceptions, and these are intentional. These are the council exceptions. I won't go through them. Page. Here's the cost recovery rates per department or per operation. As you can see, it ranges from about 50% up to 76%. Here's the impacts on revenues. This was highlighted during the public meeting. Again, has not changed. Non-development related fees, we are adjusting those as well, mostly by a labor factor of 2.7% over the 2 years. Here's the follow-up from the council study session. I want to just follow up briefly on work conducted before receiving council approval, theater user fees, and false alarms. Work conducted before receiving city approval, we added as part of the agenda packet and additional attachment, I think it's attachment 4. There's also some clarification and supplemental tonight that staff's recommendation would be to either charge up to full cost recovery or no more than double the current fine, or I'm sorry, not the fine, but the fee. Building and safety is covered under the building code, so additional fees do occur if work is started before approval. So staff's recommendation is adopt applicable engineering planning permits, entitlement fees, either, again, double the cost of the fee or full cost recovery, whichever is less. And we did highlight those, again, in attachment 4. And the other comment I would have is city manager, part of what you're approving is allowing the city manager or his designee, which could be the department heads, to have discretion to waive the additional fees if the unpermitted activity was done without knowledge of the homeowner or the new owner of the home. Theater user fees were adopted in September of 2012. That's why there isn't a recommendation in changes. It's been less than 9 months, and we're waiting for those fees to see how the impacts on the theater fund are. False alarms, just a comment, we did provide some analysis to show that with the increase of false alarms back in 2007, that calls for services have declined and billing incidents have declined as well. So that isn't necessarily a direct reflection of just the fines going up, but Thousand Oaks Police Department has done a lot of outreach on that. And then so tonight, adopt a resolution approving the citywide fees, yada, 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 and staff is available for your any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Adam has a question for you.
Mr. Adam for Mr. Adams. It looks to me like the real issue here for us is this new set of fees for the activities commenced prior to city approval. The ACPCA fees.
I
just made that up.
That's a good one.
But no, that's real though. The activities commenced prior to city approval, in which we've heard a couple of cases just recently.
Correct.
Where residents, for various reasons, try to build something without a permit. So I'm just concerned about these fees in the sense that, do you view them as a discouragement to not build things without a permit, or do you view them as a punishment to not build things without a permit? Because one's proactive, we try to prevent it. The other's, in a sense, reactive. We're going to punish you because you did it. See what I'm getting at?
Yes, and I think, and I'm going to make a comment and then let the city attorney. The very difficult part of looking at these fees is we can't go above charging what it costs to provide the service. And the question is this a penalty? We were trying to be very careful to say this is not a penalty. So it's not punitive in that action. But what we're saying is, and where fees, council has fees that aren't at full cost recovery, and council has exceptions, and a good example might be the appeal of a planning commission decision. The council intentionally does not charge full cost recovery. That is an exception. They know it is, and they're looking at the broader picture. But if you are appealing a planning commission decision because of unauthorized work, then you should be paying for that cost. And so it's not, again, it's, I'll let the city attorney comment on the penalty aspect, but it's, we're saying that if you go through this process that you're not going to get the benefit of this council subsidizing the process or the cost of providing that service. Now, I will make this comment. When you look at the Planning Commission decision appeal fee, that is about 25% of what it costs to do one. It's in the $5,000 range. When you look at the time that takes staff to go through the process, we felt that at that, if it went up too high, I think we said double or up to cost recovery. You can look at some other fees that are down there that you might only see a $700 increase on a fee. And so that's staff's comment, and I'll leave it to
there's one, an appeal to the Planning Commission goes from $1,400 to $2,800. And I see your logic. You're saying that because of the lack of a permit to do this work, in a sense, we will not subsidize you for a Planning Commission hearing. We're going to get full cost recovery because of your actions.
Correct, and even that 28 is not full cost recovery.
Even that's not full cost recovery.
But staff, again, the council gave us the direction about 2 weeks ago, maybe 1 or 2 hours more. Staff met immediately on it. City attorney, community development, finance, public works, looked at the cases that potentially have occurred, came up with some recommendations, and this is sort of what we have collectively felt was reasonable at this time. Now, you can certainly say charge them full cost, which we could sort of go through that. But I think we were looking at being reasonable, at least through the first brush of
well, do you see somewhere in our city website we put something like, warning. If you're about to build a project without a permit, you could be subject to. I'd rather discourage people from doing it from the get-go versus penalizing them after the fact. I know that it's not always going to work, but I mean, I don't think there's anything on the site right now that says warning.
And I might not be the best person to comment on that just because I'm the finance guy. But I would say, from a public outreach side and really what our code compliance philosophy is, it's not code enforcement, it's code compliance. And we want to have people try to comply with the codes, and we want to do it in the Thousand Oaks style, not enforce and be very punitive to that extent. And that's the quality of life aspect.
Ms. Noonan would like to comment,
One of the things, as Mr. Adams said, that we looked at was trying to balance and be reasonable with this. And by coming up with an either full cost recovery or double it, we thought that would actually have the effect of discouraging people from moving forward in the first place, knowing that they would have to pay up to double an original permit. I think if it goes a little bit higher, even higher, like for instance the Planning Commission decision, that could be so astronomical that some people might actually just kind of roll the dice and hope they don't get caught. So we tried to come up with what we thought was a balance between encouraging people to apply for permits and also acknowledging that there will be, we have to have some discretion in these fees to waive them or reduce them back to the original permit fee if it was an unsuspecting homeowner or business owner where this happened to. So that's what we tried to do here. From the punishment aspect, as we discussed it during the study session, there's kind of two lines that we go along. This is just the actual fee. This is how much it costs the city to process these permits. So by charging either double or up to full cost recovery, all we're doing is recovering our costs. So the thought was if it's either double or full cost recovery, we're at least recovering more than what we would have recovered under the proposed fee. And a lot of times these take a little bit more effort anyways, because we're trying to, for instance, the one we saw tonight, a lot of discussion and a lot of research went into what did it used to look like before it was graded. So it's a little bit more involved as well. From the punishment aspect, we talked about bringing back to council in the future basically a study session on our code compliance philosophy. For many years, the philosophy had been to encourage compliance and to not necessarily punish, but that doesn't preclude us from doing both. We can require them to get the permit and charge them the double fee and also pursue the code enforcement action against them. There's nothing that precludes us from doing it. It would just be a change in philosophy that we would need council direction to do that. But also one thing I would like to point out is that for the decision tonight on the land use decision, it wouldn't just be one of these things that would apply here, because really it was a PPD that was applied for, so the PPD would be doubled. And then it was an appeal of the administrative decision, which would be doubled. And then it was the appeal of the Planning Commission decision, which would be doubled. So there's potentially many items that would be doubled along the way. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. But what I heard you say that was of some comfort in the sense that the council would have discretion on applying these fees, because
It would be the city manager.
Yeah.
City manager designate.
Yeah, we'll have to go over that in more detail because that's new language that I just discovered tonight, and I'm not comfortable with that.
The reason for that is, for instance, let's assume you buy a house and there's an existing gazebo, and you find out later on, based on a complaint, that that gazebo was built by the former homeowner and you didn't know about it. And so now you have a code enforcement officer that comes to the house to check on, you're trying to apply for a building permit for something else, and the code compliance officer notices that the gazebo is unpermitted. There should be some discretion in that to not charge the double fee for this type of a situation where the property owner was not the one that actually did the work. The property owner was almost an innocent purchaser, where they buy the property not knowing that the work had already been done by the previous homeowner. So staff would like that flexibility or that discretion to go back to the original proposed fee in those cases. And that's what staff's recommending.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen just in these last two cases that there's degrees of egregiousness and severity, and there's all kinds of subjectivity. It's a case-by-case thing, so as long as someone has the discretion to use common sense when applying these fees, I think that's important.
Yes.
Well, since we are on the topic, the original proposal was to have City Council or Director of Public Works actually make the decision to which cost to charge. But then I noticed in tonight's packet that it has been changed to have the city manager do that. I don't know why. Why was that change made from the City Council to the city manager?
Let me try to answer that question. I think if you, and I'm going to refer to page 86 of the agenda packet, and if you look at the second paragraph down about halfway through, it says staff is recommending that the Director of Public Works or the Director of Community Development be given the authority to charge a fee to an applicant who proceeds with work prior to City Council approval. And what we're sort of saying is, if you read, I mean, if I'm reading that paragraph, that's sort of the intent, is that that we're giving the authority of Public Works and Community Development to determine that someone has proceeded and charged a fee. But when you look at the resolution, which is really the official document stuff, we did not include sort of that general broad language, and that's what we're really sort of doing in that aspect, is to make sure that there is some discretion by the department head, or I should say the city manager, that would delegate that to the department head to make that discretion. And it goes back to what the city attorney's comment was, is you just can't apply that to anyone that comes in after the fact, because it might not have been known by them. And so it does give discretion by the city manager, but he's going to delegate it to the department heads that would be charging that fee. And hopefully I covered that correctly.
So in this case, what City Council is doing, they're adopting the official user fee schedule that's attached, what the proposed fee is and the proposed fee for activity commenced prior to city permits. Those are the fees that become the formal fees. However, there will be some situations where the city manager might want to exercise discretion and not charge the double fee and only charge the original fee for those situations where you do have an innocent person.
But why give the city manager now the added responsibility of deciding whether someone is pleading ignorance or what? That's what I'm not comfortable with, when it's stated initially that the city council is either going to do it or the city council, really.
Well, the way it was originally was that there's no discretion. There's absolutely no discretion even for the council to waive it unless they filed a permit to waive the fee, which is a separate process that they would have to go through. So there was no discretion as originally drafted in the city council packet. This is now giving us some discretion. It's kind of similar to what already exists in the building code. It's not the city council that decides whether to charge only 20% in addition to the fee, or 30% or 40%. It's actually the building official that has that discretion. So it's very similar and mirrored after the way the building code was drafted and has been implemented for many, many years.
Well, okay, now, but obviously we're dealing with different fees here. Would it then not be appropriate to have the Community Development Director or the Public Works Director then given the discretion to make the decision?
It's written as a city manager or designee. And 99.9% of the time, he will delegate it to or designate the community development director or the public works director to make that determination based on the factors.
And the wording is already like that for current fees for the building? Because right now we have fees or extra fees or fines, for lack of a better word, only for building permits. And it's the resolution for building permit fines says that?
That's how
the language is the same?
Yeah, I'm trying, what page is that?
Well, I'm on
Hold
page
on,
86.
I'm looking at, where's that? No, I'm talking about the building.
That's not what I mean. I'm
there it
talking
is.
about building.
Page 104 of the agenda packet.
.104, which is attachment number 5.
Right. That's how the building code is written, that gives the building inspector the authority to
It's the building inspector,
charge
but
an
it's-
additional fee for work that was done prior to obtaining a permit.
But that's the building inspector making that decision.
For building permits only.
Yeah.
Now, what we are doing now is we are mirroring that type of process for user fees for community development and public works related development fees, and giving discretion to the city manager or his designee to waive the double fee in those situations where the applicant was either unknowing or innocent.
I was just...
How are we going to... Okay. How are you going to determine whether somebody's pleading ignorance or truly innocent? That's the issue.
Well, a lot of times, again, we have a situation where we have a person who bought a house where the previous property owner had extended the boundaries and encroached into open space. Now, this is a person who had no idea that it happened. This is a situation that I think is reasonable to not charge that person. We can verify through lots of aerial photographs how the history of the work is, when they purchased the property, et cetera. So we can verify it in those means.
Well, should that not then be the public works director or the community development director? Because, if it's already being handled within the departments, and I don't know, Mr. Mitnick, how do you feel about taking on additional responsibilities?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this is very typical type language, and you want to ensure we have as much flexibility and leeway as possible. And I can assure you, if there were, it'd be rather rare for us to be doing this in big cases, and if we were, we'd make the council aware. So you either have trust and confidence in your staff to go through this process, or you don't. And this is a fairly common, typical language.
Well, obviously somebody will make the decision, but I'm wondering, since this is already being handled within the departments administratively, why not leave it within the departments rather than having it go all the way up to the city manager, is what I'm saying.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, it's your call how to do it. That this is the safest way to ensure that we vet this stuff out internally. This actually protects you more than the other way. That'd be my recommendation. I'd probably recommend that you change it for all the others, just to ensure that we do vet it out. But we do empower the employees to make the decision. So I think it's kind of a housekeeping. It's not a significant issue.
Okay, well, when was this language changed? Just within yesterday or today, or?
Yeah, let me make a comment on that. I think just talk about the timing really fast. Council met 2 weeks ago. We had a sort of an all-hands meeting on, I believe it was Thursday. Certain departments had to do some research. We had to have a report done by Tuesday or Monday. We had 3 or 4 days. We put in the report. The intent was, at the end of the day, the city manager, the chief executive officer, would delegate that to the department heads who are in the best position to make professional judgment decisions, whether that's Mr. Prescott or Mr. Spurgeon. But it's also important that if the chief executive officer or the city manager needs to know that he would, at the end of the day, is accountable for their actions. And I think when we missed, we put this thing together, put the resolutions together, the observation was, what do we add there to give some discretion? And that's, literally it came up today at E-Team. We did a supplemental as soon as possible. And at the end of the day, that's sort of I don't want to say our oversight, but we just didn't include it in the resolution. We try to make the language simple and make it the city manager, because at the end of the day, he's accountable for staff, and he would delegate that to the department heads. So again, I think we try to make it generic language to make sure you understood that the city manager would be delegating that. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
But I want to make this suggestion anyway. Would it please you if the language were changed to make it so that the appropriate department head made the decision with concurrence of the city manager?
And then we would have, yes, I think it would be good to have that done. Absolutely. Then we get 2 sets of eyes.
I don't know whether anybody else here feels that needs to be done, but I'm just looking to. No, he doesn't. They don't.
Well,
If I could just, I think Mr. Mitnick is trying to point out that this is extremely common language. Just maybe take out of the city. There are lots of things that for the police department, for example, it says the police chief, the fire chief, the fire chief. It is rarely either of those individuals who are doing these things. But basically for purposes of accountability, ultimately they are responsible for the people who are their subordinates. And so this is very common language. I doubt seriously Mr. Minnick will be hearing anything in terms of appeals. So I think we just need to leave the language as staff has laid it out. I think the intent is that it would be handled at the departmental level, and I'm sure that it will be. But ultimately, if there is an issue, Mr. Mitnick's going to be answering to the council, not a department head.
Any other questions? Thank you, though. Yes, Ms. Irwin.
I actually, after I see it written down, I am a bit concerned about this. I think we're putting something in really based on one case. And I think there are probably going to be a lot of unintended consequences. So I would hope that whatever staff member ends up making the decision, I assume they would be using their discretion a lot to waive these fees, because I can see tons of these cases where, there'll be a good story about why the fee shouldn't be charged. So we can try it. I'm just not sure that this is going to help us that much, except for the 3 cases that we've seen. So I would like a lot of discretion.
Well, I mean, if the evidence states that obviously they did this trying against, and I mean, knowing we have a code in place, I don't know how much discretion you would be able to use at that point. All right. Any other questions or comments of staff? None? All right. Then I'm looking for a vote to approve. Oh, we do have a speaker? Yes, we do. Okay. Yes, we do. It was Mr. Chuck Burns, who's been waiting here for quite some time. Good evening, Mr. Burns.
Right. Not to be cocky or anything, but I think some good legal advice for the council would be that this is actually completely illegal, pretty much, to tell anybody what they're doing with their property unless it's connecting to a city utility or pre-existing new construction, where drainage would be an issue and you want to flood your neighbor's lot. I think Mr. Fox had the appropriate term interpretation of our founding fathers and property rights, which is very broad, very, very broad. I'll proceed with my statement now. My name is Chuck, and I live here in Thousand Oaks. I'm here tonight to speak to you about the vast overreach I see in local government and, well, the whole country. Here in Thousand Oaks, I feel the same lack of respect, the same lack of respect I feel from government at every level, and the way it treats the people from which it derives its very power. And yes, you have no innate power other than what we give you, since the individual man's liberty is superior to any action this body or anybody might take. The truth is founded in our country's Declaration of Independence. It states that governments are instituted among men deriving their power from the consent of the governed. I no longer consent. Your offenses are as follows: charging a man to work on his own property through the mechanism of permits and approvals without providing any service other than sending someone who may deny me, if he so chooses, to exercise my or any property owner's free will to do with what is his as he pleases. However, sorry, I'm a little angry about this. However, I know some things are not free, and permits for new construction are acceptable. A lot, after all, must have proper drainage to assure that the man's house next door to him does not flood. And when a new connection or repair must be made, made to a private citizen's utilities connections to the cities of providing a service to me that's justified, and you're justified at that point in charging me money. You're providing me a service. You're hooking me up to a power line, sewage, whatever. I'm okay with that. You can charge me for those things. I'm not an unfair man, and I know that things cost money. You may be wondering, what is my purpose for speaking to you tonight? It is to let you know that I will not pay you fees which you collect without providing me a good or service I desire in return. I will, if you interfere, take you as far as you wish to go in the legal system. This was not a decision I took lightly, since I know if you should choose this course of action, you will waste time. You will waste the time and thousands of my fellow tax-paying citizens' dollars. I made this decision because it has to stop somewhere and has to stop at some point. You are not being singled out. I will soon be making my way to Sacramento, and God willing, hopefully this nation's capital. I have a YouTube channel, a bunch of followers, and they all agree with me. They all agree with me. So, as you sit here in this building, a monument, this huge building to government waste, I want you to know that there are more men like me, and you no longer have any of our consent. I and others like me will do our best to starve the local and state and federal government monsters of the unjustly stolen money on which they have thrived and forced us to listen to them. We were going to force you by starving you to listen to us and correct this long-standing affront to the freedom of man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns, and thank you for your patience this evening. We do also have Mr. Nick Kidwai. We have gone home already. We have Dave Gulbranson, Russ Goodenow. No. Okay, Dr. Lupe Zuniga. None. Okay. All right. All right. Then I will entertain a motion. Mr. Price.
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to move staff's recommendation 1 through 4.
Any comments to the motion? Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now to item 8C. That is the Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. And that will be presented by Caroline Milton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The staff has prepared a draft spending plan for the next year's Community Development Block Grant funding. And in addition to the staff report that was in your packet for this evening, a copy of the draft action plan was included under separate cover for your review. Because the Congress has not yet adopted a 2013-2014 budget, the city is estimating next year's CDBG grant amount at $567,950, which is the current year's grant amount. There is a statutory requirement for all CDBG grantees to submit the action plan each mid-May, so that is why we have to proceed at this point by estimating the grant amount that should become available as of July 1. The city made this action plan available for 30 days of public review prior to tonight's hearing, and the 3 comments that were received were copied for your consideration for your review in today's green packet. Since the amount of the city's 2013-2014 CDBG grant is not yet known, as part of the staff's recommendation, we have a request for council to authorize the city manager to adjust the budget, should that be necessary, once the amount of the city's actual 2013-2014 CDBG grant is identified. In closing, staff is requesting council's approval for the draft CDBG action plan, and staff is available to respond to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Milton. Senior analyst, pardon me? Okay, very good. I will. Mrs. Irwin.
I am very sorry that at this late hour, I have 2 questions. So the first one is for the year-round emergency shelter. It looks like potentially it's going to go or the suggestion is to the fire station number 35. How much, and there's already $60,000 going toward pre-development. How much discussion has there been on that site? This is the first I've heard of it, right here.
Would Rick Schrader like to come down and respond to the question about the site, the shelter?
Members of the City Council, I'm Rick Schrader. I'm president of Many Mansions and also head of the Conejo Affordable Housing Work Group. Our work group working on the 10-year strategy to end homelessness. We've been discussing for a number of years as a priority in this community to develop a year-round emergency shelter. We've had discussions with the county and with the city with respect to this particular site, the Fire Station 35 site. And these funding would help us put together a architectural plan as to how to develop the site, what it would look like, how much it would cost, and that would allow us then for further negotiations with the county and other potential funding sources to go forward with the development.
I certainly know there's been discussions on a shelter. I just didn't know when it came down to the old fire station.
Well, it's still somewhat, potential. That site is closing, and they're building a new fire station, so that property would potentially be available from the county. And in discussions with the county and others, we feel that is a very good potential site for the shelter.
Even though potentially far away from services?
Yes. Yeah, but it's still very near the particular zoning that the city has designated for a year-round emergency shelter. There is bus service out there. Again, it's not a particularly desirable site for a lot of other potential uses, which is why it may be available.
Okay, that's good. So now we've heard about it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. And then I had one other question, and that is the money for the RAIN program. So this money is not then required to stay in Thousand Oaks under the Social Service Endowment Fund?
That funding is actually from the city's own general fund. It's a general fund endowment, and the city can make its own decisions about how it is spent. But also, that is more or less the only option at the present time for a year-round transitional type of shelter for families. And they do serve Thousand Oaks residents when the need arises.
I'm not saying it's not a great program. It's just in Camarillo, so that was my question. Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? I do have a question. Who negotiates the lease with the entity that takes care of the day laborer site?
Well, the city has issued 2 requests for proposals within the last 5 years or so. We did that in 2007, and there were 2 respondents, and the lower responsible bidder was selected for the contract, and then the city issued another request for proposals in 2011, and the current contractor was the only respondent.
Is that the same contractor we had in previous years, or is it a new one?
This particular contractor has been under contract to coordinate the activity at the day labor site since, I believe, 2006.
Okay, and so now we're down to 1. Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions? None? Then I'm looking for a vote. Well, looking for a motion and then vote. Oh. Mrs. Irwin?
Right, I will move staff recommendation 1 through 3. Recommendations 1 through 3.
Please vote.
The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Now we go to item 9A, which is the capital improvement budget study session, which we commence at 10 minutes after 11. And this will be presented by our Finance Director, John Adams, and our Public Works Director, Jay Spurgeon. And Mr. Adams, I see you went to get a cup of coffee?
No, actually, water.
Oh, water. Okay, I thought it was coffee. All right.
No, I'm good right now.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council. We will do our best to be very brief on this. Just up on the dais with me, I think Jay Spurgeon, our Public Works Director, Cliff Finley, Deputy Public Works, and Jamie Boscarino, who's the Deputy Finance Director. So quickly, we're going to do, myself and Jay will hit a few slides, give you a brief overview. So background, overview, staff recommendations. This is a study session. So Council, we will be back to you in June on the actual public hearing and adoption. Just some brief background. We started this process in November of 2012, reviewed projects, evaluations, fund balance. The proposed budget, capital budget, and projects did go to the Capital Facilities Committee twice. I believe one in March and one in April. So the Capital Facilities Committee has seen the proposed capital budget. And then tonight we're having our study session. Quick graph, just the blue lines is the funding, and certainly you see the peak in 2009-11, $105 million was the capital budget, and then you see the projects, 101, but 141. I think what I want to highlight in this is that you can see how the funding for capital projects has gone down. This is the lowest amount that's going to be allocated by council over the past 10 years at $48 million, and it's the lowest amount of projects that are slated for 2013-15 of 94. Just a quick overview of the budget document itself. Hopefully you have had a chance to look at that, but this is just what the budget format is. Next slide. I'm going to just cover sort of the just general categories. The top category that we're going to be spending money in the next 2-year budget is wastewater at $14.3 million, and then streets $12.3, and then water, traffic, facilities, landscape, stormwater. So a total of $48 million. This is just the pie chart to show you. Again, streets, wastewater, and water are a significant portion of the capital budget in the next 2-year budget. I know this is hard to read, but this is the city map with each of the CI projects or capital projects identified throughout the city. You can see they're all over the places, including the treatment plant, the service center, Civic Arts Plaza, really just throughout the city. And then these are sort of the top 10 new projects for 2013-15 pavement overlay, and remember, we're going from a growth city to a maintenance city, and so this is sort of at least sort of that highlight is we're spending $7.6 million on pavement overlay, and then from them it's just a lot of smaller projects, but again, the top 10 projects are 25, over half of the allocation for 2013 through 15. And then we just have a few pictures. I'm going to turn over to Mr. Spurgeon and make just a few comments on the new projects.
One of our tanks, the Terra Reservoir, this will be lined and recoated, seismic upgrades again. This is moving more into a maintenance asset management mode, existing landscaping improvements. One of the new projects that's really not maintenance is down at our wastewater treatment plant. This is a project to better handle our biosolids with better dewatering and drying, so we can reduce the costs of disposal of those materials. And actually we have $9 million total slated for the next 2 years for pavement maintenance between overlays and slurry seals, as well as a number of projects to maintain our wastewater collection system, lining of both pipelines and maintenance holes.
And then as far as highlights of some of the other projects that are currently in progress, the 10123 is a major project. As you know, you allocated approximately 17.7 general fund. That's not shown up in the capital budget because we're actually doing a loan, but that is a large project for the council to be aware of. Erbs Road, you did do the appropriation believe last month, and that project will be getting underway. 9.4 Windy 101 interchange, which is very close to being, or substantially in progress. MSC expansion, same thing in the Los Robles Golf Course as well, as in progress. Just a quick highlight on 10123, some pictures. Herbs Road, again, pictures. Windy Drive 101, MSC expansion, and then Los Robles Greens Golf Course. Just in general, here are your different funding sources: general fund, gas tax, development fees. Then you have enterprise, wastewater, transportation. Again, this just shows you the funding sources based on sources. Again, wastewater is your major fund for capital improvements. Transportation for transportation projects. Gas tax is funding the pavement and the overlays. Just quickly on general fund, about $4.5 million, mostly towards facilities at 3.1. General fund has the most discretion for capital funding, but it's funded from reserves. And then those are the two highlights: is Cavalier lobby renovation, which will be coming to council hopefully in July for award. Just shows you the history of the 5 years. 11, 12, 3.1 million spent. Projected this year 1.6. Gas tax pays for streets, transportation, traffic, capital projects. There's some major projects. One of the notes that we want to make is TDA funds will not be available in the future for street improvements. So it shows you a history of the gas tax and how that revenue has changed over time. 3.1 is anticipated in 12-13, but you can see some highs of even of 4.5, 6 million. There's different types of streets funds that we're getting, and we sort of highlight them there, and that's also in the report as well. Developer fees, we're going to show you a graph on developer fees on how they have declined significantly. Certainly were used for new projects, but less going forward. Just to show you what it looked like in the early 2000s, where we were having anywhere between $2 to $3 million in development impact fees coming in, specifically traffic and roads fees. 11, 12, which was the last completed fiscal year, we had about 100,000 impact fees and projected at 0.7 million this year. But as you can see, significant declines in development impact fees, and there is no anticipation of those going up as we go in the future. Lighting and landscaping, just a couple identified projects, 2.3 million total. And then state and federal grants, very limited this 2-year budget cycle. We'll show you some decreases from ARA funding. ARA funding has sort of run out. We'll be spending most of that this year and some of next year in state funding. Just to show you how federal and state funds have done: 09, 10, 1.1, 10, 11, which was really when ARA started, 6.3, 7.2, 5 million this year, and that's not anticipated to be under $500,000 next year. Water fund, 6.9. What should I highlight? Draft assessment management plan that will be brought to you in the end of May. Planned projects, desalter, which I think is something we want to highlight, which will be on the next slide, and then some evaluation of groundwater.
Yeah, one of the things that we're going to do in this next budget cycle is look at opportunities for local water resources. As we all know, state water, imported water costs are going up tremendously, and so looking at both our local groundwater basin here in the Conejo Valley and whether or not we can start utilizing that again, expanding recycled water or reclaimed water, mostly in the east end of the city. And then this project here, which is jointly being planned at the moment with the City of Camarillo and the Camarosa Water District, would provide us an opportunity to really to buy into a local groundwater, salty groundwater desalting project, and giving us the opportunity to have maybe 15 to 20% of our water supply at a much lower rate than imported water. So it's an exciting project. We'll be coming back to council with more details on that project as we go forward.
Just quickly, 10-year water revenue. Blue line is just how water revenue from an operating side has increased to support the purchasing of water, but you can see the capital funding has been very limited over the last 10 years. Wastewater, again, the fund that's funding the most capital, over $14 million. Some major projects identified there. I want to show you this graph. This is actually the water connection fee history. Certainly you can see how that fee has declined over time, $6.4 million in 04-05, but last year just under $500,000 and anticipate about $1 million in connection charges. Again, the system is not, there's not a lot of connections, it's not expanding, we're close to build out, and so you're not going to see those fees coming in to support the wastewater operations in the same way. Transportation Fund 3.3, you know, I think most of it's federal funding that will be supporting those grants, and there is some AQ&D money that is being spent to help support the Transportation Fund. And this is just the history of the 5-year capital projects in the Transportation Fund. Other enterprise funds, golf course, you know, not a lot in the golf course. I think we have the main item, the event area that's under construction. Want to identify the theater fund. Right now there's some projects that are proposed, at least in the study session. We're still looking at fund balances and trying to figure out how to fund those. And as current projects in the theaters funds have been funded by the general fund, that may be a recommendation from staff as we go into the June adoption of the budget. And then if you did not notice, the redevelopment agency actually had a tab, or I should say the former redevelopment agency, really 3 projects, 2 of them related to bond proceeds, and then currently the auto mall is in the budget. And so this is just staff's recommendation, receive the information, place it on the Planning Commission agenda for May 13th, and then schedule a public hearing for June 11th. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Adams, you have questions for Mr. Adams?
Yeah, I do have a couple. I have, with apologies to my fellow council members at this late hour. Why are we carrying a successor agency as part of the capital improvement when, in fact, those funds are in jeopardy and we may have to give them up?
Well, I think when we start putting together the budget, there's 2 things. There are 3 identified projects that have been carried forward. These are from prior capital budgets. The 2 that I want to highlight is specifically the Thousand Oaks Boulevard improvements and the Newberry Road improvements. And those are actual bond proceeds, and those are not, should we follow the law for the dissolution of redevelopment agency, those funds would be available for the city to spend as the intended purposes. So those 2 projects, you know, as long as we comply with the law, those bond proceeds will be spent for those, you know, 4 projects as identified in the book. The auto mall at the time, again, it was a carryover from the budget. It's still there. It's, again, we haven't had the final determination. That may change between now and June.
All right, that's good. And on this priority system, it's 1 through 3 on these projects, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The Capital Facilities Committee several years ago, specifically former Dr. Dennis Gillette, made the suggestion that there's a way to sort of rank whether it's a health and safety, whether it's a you defer and there's additional cost, or it's a nice to have. And so staff sort of tries to go through and really put a 1, 2, and 3. And it's, again, I mean, that sort of also helps us suggest what's the priorities. And it helps the Capital Facilities Committee and the council with their understanding of the project.
I presume we can chime in on that?
You can. And
okay, I'd like to.
Okay. Which
on page 148, capital improvement sign renovation, priority 2. Please make that a priority 1. Okay? That is the, some things are visible to the community and some aren't. There's a lot of internal stuff that people don't see, but that's something people see every day they drive down that freeway. And I really want to see that sign fixed permanently. Priority 1.
Priority 1.
All right? If that's okay with my fellow council members, I presume.
Yes, well, we'll
Okay.
vote on it, but it's okay
All
with the
right.
mayor.
Madam
Mitnick.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, somewhere in here you explain what priority 1, 2,
Yeah.
and 3 is, and 1 is usually a health and safety type of an issue.
This is health. My health.
I know, and yeah, whether it, I appreciate the humor, but whether it's a 1, 2, or 3, that shouldn't be what drives the decision to fund it. There could be priority 3 projects you absolutely want to fund, and this was a priority 3 type of thing, or it could be a 2 or 3, but
Yeah, and
John,
let me
you want to clarify for that?
let me read the priorities, just the descriptions, and give you one. Addresses health and safety, legal or regulatory requirements. Priority 2, necessary but not essential, and there could be consequences if deferred. And then 3 is nice to do and would contribute to quality of life but not essential. And I think just commenting on what the city manager made a comment on is, we set these priorities within those boundaries, but I think that staff hears you very clear that for you, even though it might be per that definition of priority 2, that it should be something that staff should do as soon as possible. And I think at least I hear that very clear, sir.
Okay, it's an inexpensive fix, and it's very high profile, and I still would like priority 1.
Well, and if you want me, I can comment on the project itself. This isn't just replacing the bulbs, but actually relocating the sign so that we can do it more easily.
I understand that.
Okay.
But it's emblematic of our city, and I want to see it fixed. The other thing, real quick here, on why are we still setting aside $5 million for this Lang Ranch Park project when it's been downsized and presumably it's never going to cost anywhere near that?
I will, and the easy way to say is we're considering it a holding account. I'm going to say it's a built-in reserve for the general fund. It's a holding account for that project.
So if it's being held, it's not, even though we know it's not going to cost $5 million, shouldn't we reallocate that to something else at this point?
Mr. Mitnick.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, yeah, we've, perhaps because the council member is still relatively new, this project is still in limbo with the Park District, and it's been the city's decision to keep the money there until a final decision is made, and perhaps the Park District would come back and make a supplemental request, and that would be the pot of money that would be available for that, if that was the council's desire at that time. So the Park District's still going through its review process. They will build something out there.
Yeah, I'm quite sure they will, but I just don't think it's going to take $5 million of our money to build what the new downsized project's going to be. Well, as long, I think a decision is going to be relatively soon, so hopefully we can free those funds up for something else. And just real quick on a couple of other priorities. Page 124, library furniture, priority 3. That stuff's shabby. How about priority 2? I mean, that's another place where we touch our consumer, every day, and they're sitting in ripped up chairs and scratch tables. Can we move that up?
Well, let me just comment again on the priority. It is a priority 3, and but the city council is allocating $100,000 effective July 1st. So,
okay.
I mean, even again, getting back to the point, it is a priority 3, but we understand that it is important and is a quality of life, and it's funded July 1st. So,
okay,
even if
good.
I moved it up to 1, the funding's not going to be available any sooner than July 1st.
Okay, all right, that's good. One other quick one. The Fiore Teen Center, which is heavily used. I mean, the kids love it. I sure would like to see that gym get built there. I remember when I was on the Planning Commission, we were talking about that. That was 4 or 5 years ago. Can we move that up in priority?
What page is that?
Page 127. No?
Again, council,
Mr. Mitnick.
the priorities, I think that was established to help council understand when you had a life safety regulatory issue, or if you had something that was necessary but not essential, or the quality of life. Again, quality of life items It's council's prerogative. You want those funded, you want them to get those to get done, staff will get it done. We just need to be consistent in how we present the information.
Well, I think these priorities are somewhat subjective, and I'm looking at them with my personal viewpoint, and I'd like to see a gym built there for the kids. So and it's been talked about a long time, and I know we offer some things for teens, but we could offer more, and that's a pretty important segment of the population. It's an at-risk segment. It's a vulnerable segment. That teen center is a great resource to keep kids in line and out of trouble. And if we could find the funds, I'd like to see that thing built.
Yeah, it's been on hold for 10 years now. Summer 2003.
And that was done for budget reasons, and the amount of money we had set aside wasn't enough to do it. So
well, maybe we can take some out of that $5 million Lang Ranch Park budget and use it for the
and
teen center.
As we go forward, those are certainly options that can be pursued.
All right. Well, I think you get my drift. I mean, and I'm sure every council member here has a certain idea of what they'd like to see done and not done, and I just happen to be the one who's coming out and saying it. So,
but and there are also the Capital Facilities Committee goes through it.
And I was going to comment on Councilmember Irwin's role with the Capital Facilities Committee and this item coming to them in 2009 about at least not moving forward with the teen center, even though, as you see in the budget, there is over a $5 million current allocation that is available. And I'll turn over to Councilmember Irwin for.
First, I mean, we do have we've gone through a whole goal-setting session, and that's the time probably to bring it up. But the other thing with the gym, first, there wasn't enough money set aside, but besides that, there were a lot of ongoing costs with it also. So it required additional electricity, additional staff, and whether CRPD was willing to pay that or whether we were willing to pay it. We just we're not really out of the woods financially yet to be able to do that. Of course, it's a nice to have to finish that gym. Not just and the reason the gym is so desirable is because it would be used by the seniors also. But it's all priorities, and it's right now we're just not in the financial position to do it.
I can understand that, but that's why maybe I would like to see it move to a priority 2 to push us closer to getting in that financial position, whether we'd have to be, as I mentioned, taking funds from some other project that's moribund or defunct as the Lang Ranch Park project may ultimately be. But I guess we'll find out about that soon enough. So, okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's important to keep in mind that we still will operate and have to operate within our budget, and we have to provide services for our community first and foremost. And I think that is a very good idea. I think we need to take a closer look at that. Any other questions regarding capital improvement? All right. I have a question that was already raised regarding successor agency. There are 2 items that have bonds and are likely to go through. On page 163, it says regarding the Automall Street parking modifications, funding to be provided by the successor agency, which is the city. So I didn't think, have we made that determination that the funding will be provided by the successor agency? And if so, how?
Well, just simply there is an agreement between the prior RDA and the Automall that put that money into trust. And so that money is offsetting with the trustee, and that is sort of that discussion with the State Department of Finance. So that money is already in a separate trust managed by U.S. Bank, part of that funding agreement between the prior successor agency and the Automall. So that funding is there. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Okay. I was thinking funding to be provided by the successor agency, even in the event that we will not succeed or the Automall will not succeed at the state level.
That is not this project is simply should the money be available to go forward.
Should the money be available?
Yeah.
Okay.
The money is with the U.S. Bank in trust right now for the project per the funding agreement.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. And that is a priority one because health and safety?
No, legal.
Legal.
Legal. Ah. Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? Oh, that's right. Good. Okay. Then I will open it up for discussion and/or motion on item number 9A. No, our comment card here is Mr. Kidwai is no longer here. All right, Mr. Adam. With the suggested changes, or regarding the priorities, or not at all?
No, the
Just leave it
priorities were more of a discussion.
Okay,
than
very good.
As it
please.
turned out, more of a discussion than actual changes.
Okay, please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Item 10C. Mr. Prescott. Yeah, we're not done yet. Sorry, folks. We're not done. And please take your time, Mr. Prescott.
Good evening. This is a simple item on the Thousand Oaks Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board. We do have one vacancy now. Mark Watkins, who was the mayor's appointee representing former redevelopment agency employees, is no longer with the city anymore, and the recommendation is to appoint Drew Powers in his stead to take that place on the Oversight Board.
Is that really all? And
That's
nothing
all.
else? That's it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then, Mr. Fox, why don't you make the motion then? Go ahead. Please vote.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And we don't have any committee commissions reports, council issues or recommendation, and we go straight to Mr. Mitnick.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, the next council meeting will be on May 14th. I don't have any follow-up from tonight, but do want to make a plug for on the 25th, on Thursday, a couple days or one day from now, the Hillcrest Villa grand opening will take place. The last affordable housing project that was funded largely by the redevelopment agency. So information is on the city website for those who would like to attend that exciting groundbreaking or grand opening. The next council meeting on May 14th, right now we have a study session on the operating budget for the next two fiscal years, 2013 and 2014, as well as the year 2014-2015. We'll have an update on Fire Station 35. You heard that a reference to earlier. Tentatively, we have that on there. And that's it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And that is it for this evening. It is 11:40, and we will see you again on May 14th. This meeting is adjourned. Good night.